Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Can I get everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Evans.
Present.
Vice Chair Trowbridge.
Present.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Moody.
Present.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, and we very much appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth and orderly meeting. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chairman, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of April the 12th of 2011?
So moved.
We have a motion for approval. I'm assuming everyone was here, so please cast your vote. And that has been approved. We go on to housekeeping items, I believe. Any items of the Planning Commission staff or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward or acted upon at any time. Does anyone wish to pull any items forward, or as a matter of housekeeping, do we have any abeyance items to be read into the record and acted upon?
Mr. Chairman, items 21 and 22, the applicant has requested these items be obeyed to the June 14th Planning Commission meeting. Item 29, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to the June 14th Planning Commission meeting. Item 38, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to June 14th. Item 43, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to June 14th. Item 44, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to June 14th. And item 47, the applicant has requested this item also be obeyed to June 14th.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you repeat the, did you say item 39 as well?
Items 21, 22, 29, 38, 43, 44, and 47.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak on whether or not these should or should not be held? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Make a motion to approve the agenda with the items 21, 22, 29, 38, 43, 44, and 47 obeyed.
Thank you. We have a motion. All in favor, please cast your vote. And that has been approved. I don't believe we have any consent items on our agenda this evening. So we move on to the one motion, one vote. The following items may be considered in one motion and one vote. They are considered routine non-public and public hearing items. All public hearing and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions of all standard conditions for the application recommended by the staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Are there any, the one motion, one vote items, anyone wish to remove any of those from that portion of the agenda? Anyone from the Commission? Seeing none, I'll read them into the record. Item number 6 is the applicant and the owner are Valley Health Systems, LLC, and that's an application for a proposed 248-space parking lot commercial with waivers of the Las Vegas Medical District landscaping requirements to allow a 3-foot landscape buffer where 6 feet is required and a 2-foot 6-inch block wall where 3 feet is required, and to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the south property line where 8 feet is required, and that is in Ward 5. And of course, the staff is recommending approval. Agenda item number 7, ANX 41279. The applicant and the owner is the Gilcrease Nature Sanctuary, and that's a petition to annex property at 8103 Russell Street, containing 8.02 acres south of Russell Street and east and west of Al Carrison Street in Ward 6. Agenda item number 8, RQR 41221. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor, and the owner, River Park IV LLC, or 4, I guess, required review of a previously approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 6118 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. Agenda item number 9, RQR 41222. The applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., the owner, Martin G. Greenwald, and that's a required review of a previously approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 4850 North Rancho Drive in Ward 6. Agenda item number 12, RQR 41253. The applicant, Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, the owner, James McCall. It's a required review of a previously approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2201 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. Agenda item number 11, SUP 41300. The applicant, Advantage Rent-A-Car, the owner, 21 Stars Limited, and it's for a proposed automobile rental with an existing hotel and gaming establishment, non-restricted casino at 9090 Alta Drive in Ward 2. Agenda item number 12, SUP 41304. The applicant is Tivoli Village at Queens Ridge, the owner, Great Park LLC, and it's for proposed 13,122 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, within a 28.44 acre mixed-use development with waivers to allow distance separation of 141 feet from a park where 1,500 feet is required, and no distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required at 430 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite number 150 and 230 in Ward 2. And agenda item number 13 is VAC 41152. The applicant 3D Investment LLC, and the owner is the Nevada Development Associates LP, and it's a petition to vacate a 30-foot wide section of Gilcrease Avenue right-of-way and a 33-foot wide U.S. government patent easement located on the east property, or the east side of Hualapai Way, approximately 675 feet north of Alexander Road in Ward 4. Does that conclude the one motion, one vote? Okay. These have all been read into the record. The staff has recommended approval of all of these. Anyone wish to speak on these items?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On number 6, what are they going to plant in 3 feet that's going to grow?
Any objection to asking the staff that question rather than pulling this off of one motion, one vote?
Mr. Chairman, this application is for an extension of time of an approved site review. Without that site review in front of me, I'm not sure what was planted, but it was previously approved at a meeting.
Well, I have doubts that they're going to be able to grow anything in 3 feet.
Thank you very much. And the staff is recommending approval, and can you perhaps just provide a brief explanation of the application?
Mr. Chairman, do you want to just pull this off, the one motion, one vote, vote on the ones that there's no questions about? And
We can, but I'm looking at it, it's a proposed, are we looking at the correct one? Which agenda item are we looking at? 6. It's a proposed parking lot. Oh, I'm happy to pull it off. I don't know that the question can be properly answered, but why don't we pull agenda item number 6 off of the one motion, one vote? Do we need a motion for that?
No, sir.
All right, we'll eliminate condition number 6 from the one motion, one vote, and we'll open up at the conclusion of the vote. So, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, in regards to the one motion, one vote items, I'm prepared to make a motion to support them with the deletion, or with the exception of number 6. But in regards to item number 11, just a matter of clarification, this is to request permission for 5 rental cars at the Suncoast Casino. I think that is an insignificant request, and I'm going to support it. And in regards to number 12, it's for a liquor license, a special use permit, which will provide for liquor at a upscale restaurant. It also requires a waiver of the distance separation from a public park. Just for the record, I would mention that the public park that they're discussing is Angel Park Golf Course, which has a restaurant with liquor in and of itself. So I see no problems with either of those. So having said that, I make a motion for one motion, one vote items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of those items. Please cast your vote. And those items have been approved. Mr. Director, do any of those go forward, or do you want to read those into the record?
Yes, if I might. Items number 11, 12 are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days. Items number 8, 9, 10, and 13 will go forward to the June 15th City Council meeting. Item number 7 will go forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6 we pulled from the agenda, and perhaps the staff, maybe you can give us a brief report. And I don't know how we would answer Mr. Farlow's question, but I'm assuming it has to do with the trees and the landscaping. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a one-year extension of time of a previously approved site development plan review, where the applicant proposed to replace an existing temporary parking lot with a permanent 248-space parking lot. And the applicant had requested an extension of time for 2 years due to difficult economic conditions that persist in Las Vegas. Staff concurred, but for 1 year only, and recommended approval contingent on proceeding with development of the site in conformance to the approved entitlements at that time. The planting area in question, they have marked on their plan as shoestring acacia.
okay, thank you very much, which of course is a drought-tolerant species. But once again, this wound its way through the public hearing process and ultimately was approved, and this is just simply an extension of time, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. I don't know whether that answers any of the questions. I'll open the public hearing up once again. Anyone wish to speak on this item?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ned Cole. I'm representing the applicant on this, and I would like to indicate that the reason we're asking for the 3 foot in lieu of the 6 feet is that the landscaping is existing there. It has been there for quite some time, but it varies in widths from 3 to 6 feet now. There's some areas that actually get smaller, and it'd be very difficult for us to make those changes at this point with it all landscaped and the concrete in like it is. And it's been acceptable for a few years now, and we've asked for approval to leave it that way, so that's what we're asking at this point.
Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing. Comment? Ready for a motion?
Seeing none, Mary, make a motion to approve item number 6, but I would mention, just for the record, that the original agenda item that we approved in August of 2009 had as a condition number 11, pre-planning and post-planning landscape inspections are required, and the standard thing. So the 2-year extension would cause those conditions to continue. So having said that, in regards to EO extension of time 4131-9, make a recommendation for approval in conjunction with the staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved. Thank you. And that one goes on, is it correct?
Correct. That one goes on, excuse me, I'm sorry, that one is final action here, unless in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much. We now move to our public hearing items on the agenda. Our first set of items, they're related, 14, 15, and 16, and I'll read them into the record. It's 14, agenda item number 14 is a variance 41060. And the applicant and the owner is River of Life Word Ministries, and it's to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required at 4944 Vegas Drive in Ward 5. And related items, agenda item number 15, the applicant and the owner is River of Life Word Ministries, and the application is to allow 11 parking spaces where 22 are required. And related item number 16, site development review 41059, and that's for proposed 4,428 square foot church and a 2,880 square foot modular classroom building with waivers to allow no landscape buffers along the north, east, and west perimeters where 8 feet is required, and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required. Staff, can we get a report on this, on these related items?
The site currently contains a church which has not received its certificate of occupancy. Before a certificate of occupancy can be issued, a parking variance is needed for the site. The applicant also seeks to install a modular building with a 0-foot rear yard setback. The proposed church use is 2 intents for the size of the parcel. The requested site plan review with waivers, exceptions, and 2 variances illustrates that this is not an appropriate site for the use. Staff recommends denial of the applications. Please note we have received an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you very much. We'll open this up for a public hearing, and the applicant, I'm assuming you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, if you can briefly state your case and tell us why you think this should be approved.
David Dwyer, Dwyer Engineering, 7310 Smoke Ranch Road, Suite E, Las Vegas, and with me is Pastor Cowsey, the pastor of the church. There was a question at the beginning regarding the landscaping. We're asking for the waivers or the variances on the landscaping, some of that which is already in place. But we have come in, and I have some copies here. I'll put one up on the, this is like a before, after and before photos of the church. And we have been in contact with Ricky Barlow with regard to the church. We are looking for, well, this doesn't show up really well at all, does it? By the way, I have copies of all the photos for all of the commissioners if they would like copies of the photos of the improvements that are made. We've requested that the variance for the landscaping on the east side not be included because we are going to landscape along the property line on the east side of the property. On the west side, the existing building is 10 feet from the property line, and it is also an accessible route for egress from the building. The landscaping in the front, we have, over the past weekends, have dressed everything up and put them in compliance with drought-tolerant landscaping requirements for the front. The church looks very good. At this time, we're looking to make the church kind of a monument that stands in that neighborhood. It is a good neighborhood. The people in that area are very in favor of the church being there. There is sufficient parking on Fairhaven to supplement that which the church has, and so we would ask approval of the variances and the waivers in the SDR, and I'm in concurrence with Public Works and Planning's recommendations on the conditions of approval.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone wish to speak on these three items? Please come forward, and if there's more than one, please make a line. So, Mr. Farlow?
Yes, thank you, Todd Farlow. I drove by there twice to look at that, and what I saw was between 60 and 100 people out there working their hearts out. And they have got some nice landscaping. They're putting in the underground sprinklers, the whole works. The other thing that I want to point out that Mr. Dwyer didn't is on the parking. And if you notice that they have a bus to go and pick up and to deliver their people. And of course, I'm all for that. I mean, it saves the fuel in that. I would like to ask staff on something. When I toured that neighborhood, I saw that that was all horse property. Is there a horse trail that runs along there?
Staff, do you have any idea?
I will need to do some research, but I don't believe there is a horse trail. The horse property in reference is in the county.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item or these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Well, I guess
Commissioner Goins?
I'll chime in. I actually visited the church. I brought proof that I was there. Truly a congregation. Pastor Cozy and his congregation are truly about the mission of the church, the purpose of the church. I was thoroughly convinced of that. But when we take all of that off, we still have to look at the application, what they came to apply for, how does it meet the code, and what can we do to try to help the church. I believe churches are a very, very important component to a neighborhood. They serve numerous purposes for people to come worship. Churches are safe places in the neighborhood, and they actually are the beacon of light in most neighborhoods. This has been a difficult one because simply it's a small parcel. There are some issues on there which we're going to try to work through tonight and try to resolve. My intent is in favor of the church. When we look at issues like parking, very limited on the parking. However, with the request of the city telling the church that they need to comply with landscape buffers and the widths will cause them more problems with the parking. Because if we take that flower bed in the front of the church, which I think is about 5 foot in width, and increase it to 15 feet per code, that wipes out approximately 5 or 6 of those 11 parking spaces that currently exist in the front. Also, Mr. Dwyer, I know we had discussed the issue of that parcel to the east, which was originally intended, or the church was going to work with that owner to purchase that or lease that, turn it into a parking lot. But my understanding is those conversations have broken down. Is that correct?
That is correct. The owner of that parcel does not want to reach an agreement with us at all.
Very good. So what we have here is we got to find a place to park at the church. Now there's 22 spaces in the front. There's a street to the east that's called Fair Haven, which when I looked at the approvals and support, there was one person in opposition that mentioned on Sundays there's a lot of cars parked on the street. My reply to that, are those cars parked legally? And from what I understand, staff on Fair Haven, they are allowed to park on both sides of Fair Haven. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe that Fairhaven is access for public parking on both sides.
Okay. And I believe that's where the congregation is currently parking now, correct?
That is correct. They are parking on Fairhaven.
So now you've got a visual, which I think the neighbors, they come out on Sunday, they see a number of cars parked down the street, and if you look at where these cars park, I don't know the exact distance, but there's a pretty good amount of space between where the next set of houses start. So it's not like these folks are parking in front of people's houses. You've got AutoZone to your east, you've got the church to the west, and it's at least 200 to 300 feet down Fairhaven before you even have houses. So my issue was, as long as the parking is legal, I didn't have a problem with it. And I think staff just said it is legal. And so with that, I wouldn't have a problem with the parking. But when we get to item 14, which is your variance to allow the 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required, now we get to talking about the parcel that the church sits on. And Mr. Dwyer, I'm going to let you explain what's going on with those parcels to the north of the church where the current property line ends. There's two remnant pieces back there.
What's the question again, please?
The question is, at one point the church was going to purchase those parcels to expand their current lot, but because they're landlocked and those parcels are owned by the county and the escrow company that owned them is now not in business, so I don't even know if the church knows who to go to try to acquire those parcels.
Okay. Mr. Dreyer, can you answer that, please, briefly?
I put a parcel map here on the picture thing. This piece of property here is, I call it the Oklahoma Panhandle, has a panhandle 30 feet wide, which comes to Fairhaven. But in the back of the church property, which is this one, there is a 30-foot wide piece of property which was mapped to become right-of-way 50 years ago. But for some reason, it was never dedicated. So we are acquiring this piece of property, which may have to happen through not eminent domain, the other stuff, adverse possession. We've gone to the county on this piece of property, and the county has told us that they would like to give it to us as surplus property, and so would the city as right-of-way that is not required. But they don't own it now, they're just taxing it. The church is paying the tax on that property while it's in the process of acquiring that 30 feet that's back there. And so with that in mind, we've asked for a 0 setback on our current property line because it's going to expand and become 30 foot bigger.
Who owns that property, and what's your assurances that you're going to be able to acquire it?
Okay.
It's abandoned, correct?
It's abandoned property.
Okay.
We went to it shows up on the register as being owned by Clark County, but it's not owned by Clark County. We went through the records, assessors and records down there. They'd asked their traffic department, to give it up. They said it's not ours, and they eventually concluded it was privately owned by an LLC called Nevada Escrow LLC that went defunct about 15 years ago. I don't believe that anybody knew they owned it. It's a 30-foot remnant excess piece of property. And so we've been in contact with lawyer for taking that over and with the county paying the taxes on it so that we can have the proper lawyer say, and judge say this is yours.
And we don't know how long that could take. It could be 1 year, 5 years, 7 years.
Well, in the worst possible case, it will not be more than 5 years. We're moving forward. We think we can have it done within a year.
Okay.
Further comments from the board?
And through you, Mr. Chairman, that was my reason for not having much issue with this, because I think in the future that piece will be acquired by the church. I don't know if anybody's been out there to look at it, but it's probably not a piece of property that some speculator is going to come by and say, I want that. So the next item, 15, dealt with the parking. And as I mentioned at first, I'm okay with that, simply because if they have to expand the flower bed, they're going to lose some existing parking. And so without compromising and putting any more cars onto Fairhaven or any of the other streets, I would be willing to grant that request as well. Item 16, this is where it gets a little, this is where we prayed hard that night. This is where we got up and held hands.
Amen.
Because what the request is, if you look at the monitor, or if we can go to the monitor, you'll see some trailers out there, which if you put the 4 individual trailers together, it constitutes approximately 2,880 square foot of a modular building. And when you put these 4 pieces together, it forms one big room. There's no dividers between it. So one of my heartaches here, and there's a picture of it up there, is there's nothing more permanent than a temporary building. And we'll leave that quote to Commissioner Steve Quinn, who coined that phrase, and it's quite appropriate at this time. So we have these 2,880 square foot that we need to put onto the rear of this particular parcel. My thought is, after they acquire the 2 remnant pieces, that would allow them a little more breathing room going north from where this will be set. My concern, though, is how do I get this temporary building to look as aesthetically pleasing as we can get it? And I think at that meeting we talked with the church, and the church is willing to go the extra mile to blend that with the current sanctuary and building, so that looks like a aesthetically pleasing building in the back.
That is correct.
How do we do that? Is that going to be, once that building is set, is it going to be raised, or is it going to have like a 4-foot raise on it?
That will be a ground set. It'll look like a regular building. It'll be a ground set building.
So there's no need for skirting around the bottom?
There won't be, because as a ground set I will have block walls underneath where the thing's set. So as far as you're coming in to it or using it, it's going to be as if you were walking into a regular building. It will not have the look of modular buildings.
What about the air conditioners that sit on the back? Which will they be orientated to the south or to the north?
That shows west elevations, so they'll be on the west side, because they'll be on the. They will not be oriented to the south. The south will be like the front of the building.
That's correct.
So the front, the south, and the east side, but the east side will now have landscaping to help screen it, will be visible and look good. The west side is against the.
So if you rode by there, you wouldn't see the air conditioned units.
No, you will not.
They'd be orientated to the west.
Right.
The pastor and Mr. Wire said that they would aesthetically paint it, blend it with the church so that it doesn't take away from what they're doing. Another issue was on the west side of the building. We talked about a landscaping on the west side. I'm willing to not allow that, because the width of the landscape planter would actually erode the entire sidewalk that's on there, and I'm afraid folks that are ADA accessible will not be able to move up and down the corridor on that side of the church. So those were my concerns when I went out there and talking with the pastor and the congregation, and having seen how they pulled together and work. I think they can actually improve this site to the best that it can be improved until that other parcel's acquired. So those are my comments. I'll listen to my other fellow commissioners as well.
Any other
Commissioner-
commissioners have comments?
I have a
Commissioner Quinn?
comment. We, not long ago, we had the same circumstance on a school out on West Cliff, and it was a church school as well. And we held them to very high standards because they were also temporary buildings, as yours are. And I'm concerned, you have to have a ramp so that if in fact a child comes there to your school in a wheelchair, I don't want you to have to say they can't come in because there's steps. So I would ask you to ramp all of them, and it's cheap to do. It's not that expensive. And the second thing is, you know, you've worked so hard, and I know that this is something that you've put your heart and soul in, that I think that there's no way I could ever turn you down. So I would just like to make sure that it's accessible for every person, as you would, Pastor. And in my heart of hearts, I hope this is a successful project and that it grows and that it gets more beautiful every day. But you got to ramp the school because you never know when a kid's going to come in that's in a chair. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Quinn, I guarantee that'll be the case. If a ramp is required, otherwise it'll be at ground level, come right in. Everything will be ADA accessible.
Thank you.
If I may, I only have two questions. One is, what activities are going to go in the modular units? And secondly, well, I'll wait for the answer to that one.
Basically, just for, it's not, it's for our children, you know, because we just don't have enough of space inside the sanctuary. So we want to use that just for Sunday school and other classes, and that's it.
Okay, where I'm going is a commitment that is not going to be used as a preschool facility.
Oh, no.
Okay, and the reason is because it totally changes the traffic and the parking and all those kinds of issues.
Yes, sir.
And so with a clear understanding, it's not going to be a preschool that goes on back there, and it's just going to be traditional Sunday school activities, you know, where the kids go back there while the parents go in the main chapel.
Okay.
You know, I can handle it. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Mr. Chairman, I do have just a
Yes,
few
thank you.
brief questions. Mr. Dwyer, you bring these four modulars together to create one large space. Do you still have the need for all four air conditioners that are on the individual units with one big space? I'm trying to envision this so you know where I'm going with my question.
Right.
I mean, I can see turning this into a big building, but somewhat of the eyesore is these four smaller AC units, and I'm trying to find a way to improve the look of that.
I can't answer that because my profession is more civil than mechanical, but we will certainly be looking at that because it also costs less to run it.
Sure.
And so besides just putting them together, we're going to be looking at, of course, there's energy considerations with it to keep the cost down. So if we can eliminate one or two air conditioning, we certainly will do so.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Ready for a motion?
Well, hold on, Commissioner. I got to do one thing first.
You want another T-shirt?
I got one thing first, too. Let me put this up. Now I feel like I can make that motion. On item 14, VAR
Those are mine.
41060, I'm going to move to approve item 14, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 14. Cast your vote. And that motion is approved. Agenda item number 15. Please hold your applause until we get finished here. Agenda item number 15.
Move for approval of item 15, VAR 41216, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that item is approved. And agenda item number 16, and Commissioner, did you have some additional
Condition?
requests or conditions or modifications on this?
I did, and I wanted to ask Director Flynn if you could help me craft what I think may need to be a condition and what may not. So I'm going to move for approval on item 16, SDR 41059, but I want to make sure that on these modular buildings, we will paint the buildings to blend with the main church. We'll also take a look at the air-conditioned units to better cool that building with the most energy efficiency that you can. What else did I have on here? I wanted to require ramps on that building for ADA accessibility. We're going to allow the waiver on the west for the landscape, so you can leave that the same. On the east side, though, we are going to landscape that on the east, correct?
That is correct, from the parking lot to the back.
From the parking lot to the back.
We don't want to lose any more parking up there.
Right. That's currently from that space where your bus is parked in now, backed in all the way north.
Well, yes, actually the handicap space is at the sidewalk of the church, at the front door of the church. So it'll be from the hardscape improvements that are already there, from there north, it'll be landscape.
It'll be landscape, correct.
Right. But on the bus side, yes.
Yes, and that's all that I can think of. Is there anything else I've missed?
We concur. Obviously, if I design it so access is available without a ramp, then I don't have to build a ramp.
Well, I believe Commissioner Quinn's concern about the ramp was on the modular building to enter and exit it.
Right. But if the modular building is all at ground level on all exits, then a ramp would not be required if the doors were at ground level.
Well, why would you need a ramp if you don't need a ramp? If that's
Right.
the case? The issue is ADA accessible.
Yes,
so
as long as
ADA accessible.
Right.
We concur with that.
And Director, maybe you can help clarify the motion and the conditions, and we'll see if you agree to those, and we'll move forward.
If I may clarify the request made by Commissioner Goins. Relative to the waiver of the landscaping requirements on the east side of the property, what we might do is amend condition number 4 under SDR 41059 to state to the effect that the no landscape buffers are required along the north, south, and west perimeters. And we might add a sentence to that stating that no landscape shall be required for the first, I believe, approximately 100 feet along the east perimeter, but that landscaping shall be provided along the rest of the property line on the east side. And so I would amend condition number 4 in that manner to address that condition. Relative to the air conditioning, we already have in the conditions of approval number 10 that states that air conditioners shall be fully screened in views from abutting streets. I believe, Commissioner Goins, that should address that concern.
Thank you.
We might also add a condition that the structure shall be compliant with all ADA requirements. So whether a ramp is needed or not, that's something that it would have to comply with any ADA requirements. And then finally, to address the concern over the appearance, the aesthetic appearance of the structure, we might add an additional condition of approval stating that the modular structure shall be painted to be consistent with the principal structure on the site.
Commissioner Goins, does that help articulate your motion?
Very clearly.
Good enough.
And may I say, with that
Excuse
in
me,
mind-
just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
You were going to say you agree to the conditions, or did you want to state some?
I agree to the conditions, and I want to give this set of photographs to be into the
Record.
Because it shows the new colors of all the church and all the stuff that's been done.
Okay, but basically you agree to
I
the
agree.
motion, and
I agree to the
good.
motion.
I think you got a motion for approval, so I think you're fine. And if you want to submit the photographs for the clerk, I think we'd be happy to receive them.
That's what I want.
So we have a motion for approval with conditions amended and modified and clarified and articulated by our esteemed planning director. So all in favor or not, please cast your vote. And that too is approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, these items go forward to City Council on the June 15th City Council agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you
Can
very
I hear
much.
the church say amen? Thank you.
All right, now we move on to our secular items. Agenda item number 17 is special use permit 40748. The applicant and the owner is the Great Wash Park LLC, and it's for a liquor establishment tavern within a 28.44 acre mixed-use development with waivers to allow a distance separation of 141 feet from a park where 400 feet are required, and no distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet are required at 430 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite number B160 in Ward 2. And there's a note that the waiver requested from a city park is 141 feet where 1,500 feet is required. And the staff is recommending approval on that item. And then, Planning Director, is this a related item or are we taking these separate? Very good. So, staff, can we have a report on agenda item number 17, please?
Mr. Chairman, the requested use is found to be compatible and harmonious with the existing surrounding development and land uses, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. The applicant, Mr.
Good evening,
Brown?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street. Representing the applicant with me is the applicant's in-house counsel, Todd Davis. This item is really very similar to item 12 on the one motion, one vote portion of your agenda. It's part of the Tivoli Village project that, as you know, recently opened. With that said, I think Commissioner Trowbridge said it earlier, the Angel Park Golf Course serves liquor. It's much closer. We're more than 400 feet it's property line to property line, and we're in the southern part of the property, so we're far more than 400 feet away. So with that, we'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please come forward. I see no one coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and open this up for the commissioners. Commissioner Trowbridge?
If there's no questions, I'm ready to make the motion for approval, but I would be remiss if I didn't comment about what a absolutely gorgeous facility the Tivoli Park is, and this is just the addition of another high-end restaurant that is going to be extremely popular out there in what is rapidly becoming one of the real restaurant row areas of the valley. So having said that, I make a motion for approval of special use permit 40748, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Very good. Thank you very much. And agenda item number 18 is a special use permit 40749, the applicant and the owner, Great Wash Park LLC, and it's for a liquor establishment tavern within a 28.44 acre mixed-use development with waivers to allow a distance separation of 141 feet from the park where 400 feet is required and no distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required at 430 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite number B130 in Ward 2. And again, the note is the waiver requested from the city park is 141 feet where 1,500 feet is required. Staff is recommending approval. Can we get a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed use to be compatible and harmonious with the existing surrounding development and land uses and recommends approval. Please note we did receive one additional protest since publication.
Thank you. This was Mr. Brown or
Yes.
Mr. Davis, if you
Again,
want to comment.
just for the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Todd Davis. This item is identical to the last item other than the specific location, which is a very short distance away. We'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I will open and close the public hearing and open it up for commissioners Commissioner Trowbridge?
Seeing no questions from anyone else, I'd make a motion with the same comments that I made to the previous item. In regards to special use permit 4749, make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that item has been approved as well.
Thank you very much.
And that item will also be final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 19, and that's Zone ZON 41312, and the applicant and the owner is RA Southeast Land Company, LLC, and it is to plan development from PD plan development to PD plan development. Maybe we can clarify that. At the southeast corner of Alta Drive and Rampart, and the staff is recommending approval. And we have a related item, which is the site development review for a proposed three-story, 773,000 square foot shopping center, a four-story parking garage, and a six-story, 100-unit multiple family residential development. And that too is in Ward 2. Staff, can you give us a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is currently part of the Boca Park 3 plan development. A parcel map was recently recorded that separates the site from the commercial subdivision comprising Boca Park via the creation of a separate parcel. And this rezoning and site development plan review would sever that parcel from the Boca Park 3 plan development and establish a new plan development with its own master development plan and unique set of development standards. The subject site meets all Title 19 requirements for rezoning to a plan development, and the proposed uses to be permitted on the site are similar to the uses currently allowed at the site, which correspond to those allowed within a C1 limited commercial district. Access to the site will be provided via a signalized intersection located east of the existing driveway. The applicant has submitted a traffic analysis comparing the current access through the site to the existing Boca Park 3 parking structure to the access of the proposed development after construction. The analysis concludes that ingress and egress to and from the existing structure will be enhanced based on the proposed signalized intersection of Alta Drive and Tivoli Village, which will allow for left turns that are not currently allowed at the existing Boca Park intersection. In addition, the recently recorded parcel map preserves any vehicular and pedestrian access rights, sewer and drainage rights that exist through recordation of the previous commercial subdivision map. A dense landscape buffer along the east property line that was previously required adjacent to a residential subdivision will also be preserved. As the proposed development meets all minimum requirements of Title 19 and is compatible with the surrounding adjacent development, staff is recommending approval. If the request is denied, the site will remain part of the Boca Park 3 plan development and must comply with all previous approvals and standards for that development. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication. If approved, condition of approval number 4B should be amended to state Section 2.4 shall be amended to further state that no structure may encroach within any required landscape buffer area described as the 125-foot landscape area along the east property line adjacent to the existing RPD 4 zoned residential development and the 15-foot buffer along the east property line adjacent to the existing R1 zoned residential development. Any request by or on behalf of the property owner or any proposal by the city to modify the approved master development plan or development standards shall be filed with the Department of Planning in accordance with UDC 19.10.140.g. Public Works also has condition changes.
Thank you. Public Works?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. After speaking with the applicants today, they were concerned with our dedication requirements, and so we are modifying conditions 14 and 20 to essentially give us the equivalent of right-of-way, which are appropriate easements, appropriate roadway, sewer, and drainage easements. So condition 14 would read, dedicate, and the new portion is, or grant appropriate roadway, sewer, and drainage easements for, that's the new portion, an additional 10 feet of right-of-way where such does not exist for a continuous right turn lane on Rampart Boulevard adjacent to the site, and dedicate the rights-of-way necessary for a future bus turnout / deceleration, right turn deceleration lane on Alta Drive prior to the issuance of any and we're adding off-site permits to this condition. And that's the end of the changes for condition number 14. On condition 20, next to the word dedicated, we're adding, or appropriate roadway, sewer, and drainage easements shall be granted, which is in the middle of a very long condition number 20.
Okay, thank you very much. And those have been shared with the applicant, correct?
Yes, they have.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll hear from the applicant, Mr. Brown. Or
Again, for the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me this evening is the applicant's consultant, Greg Borgell, as well as the applicant's president, Mr. Frank Pankratz. Todd Davis, who you met earlier, is our in-house counsel. He's here as well. Although this is a different LLC, this is the same developer that built and is building Tivoli Village. And I think it's only appropriate to follow up on the very gracious comments of Commissioner Trowbridge. You know, some people think one person can't make a difference. And like him, I'd be remiss if I didn't make really one more introduction. It takes a village and one person. I'm going to lose my job over this. When I introduce Mr. Johan Lowy, this wonderful gentleman, on behalf of the entire community, I want to thank him publicly. If you just drive down Alta and Rampart and see the beautiful One Queensbridge Towers, then you look at the beautiful Tivoli Village, and he tells me that was just practice for what Mr. Greg Borgell is going to show you in a moment. So I just wanted to make sure that you know who is responsible for this and what a great job that he has done. And I just say thank you. With that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Borgell. And in light of the recommendation of approval from staff, he just has a few brief comments to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Borgell.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, here for the applicant. First, we want to express our appreciation to staff for working with us on the conditions, some of which you've heard here amended this evening. There were a couple of more conditions which don't require amendment, but staff indicated it would be appropriate to clarify on the record on the public works side. And that is, in condition 15, we're being asked for an additional lane. We wanted the record to be clear that that additional lane would also serve as our entry to one of the driveway entries off of Ramparts. Public Works indicated that was a given. It doesn't require to be explicit, but that it was appropriate that that be put in the record and that they would concur with that. And likewise, on item 19, there's reference to special neighborhood drainage plans that we would comply with. We verified with Public Works today that in our case, there are no special neighborhood drainage plans, and therefore there is no additional burden being placed on the property by that. And if I think Public Works wants to confirm that so, or perhaps deny it, and I'll go on to one more condition on the other side of the house.
Mr.
Chairman, if I may. Yeah, I can confirm that is true. The right turn lane on Alta Boulevard is also for their site. I will add with the drainage plan and requirement for a drainage study that essentially, because there are no required facilities in the neighborhood study, that this just boils down to how they mitigate their stormwaters on their site. That's what will be required to be constructed with their site.
And we, of course, are going to do all those studies. I believe Alta was just stated. That additional laneage and entry is on Ramparts, actually. So, and then lastly, in dealing with the planning staff, we met with them yesterday on the condition that's in here relating to the time of commencing, which is your condition 2. This project is programmed to commence in the latter part of 2013. The latter part of 2013 would be just a little more than 2 years from now. And that could put us in a position where we're negotiating with lenders and tenants who would say, but your zoning doesn't extend to the point of commencement, and so go get an extension of time before we'll sign any documents. Accordingly, we would ask, if the board's willing, that we be given 3 years in which to commence the project and not have that problem. And again, we've discussed that with staff. I think their feeling is that's within your judgment and not objectionable. So we would ask for that one additional change as we do the conditions. And having said that, let's have more fun talking about the actual project. This is the project as shown in the colored area, which is on the east side of Ramparts and the south side of Alta, with the existing Tivoli Village on the north side. It's intended to be a complement to Tivoli Village in this sense. Tivoli is an open mall situation, and it focuses on, as you heard earlier, the attractions of having a restaurant row and those sorts of amenities, outside dining, that type of thing that already is extremely popular in the community. This is a complement in that it will be an enclosed mall, similar perhaps to the Forum Shops at Caesar's Palace in terms of design and quality, but it is enclosed, and that enables us to do a couple of things that can't be done across the street at Tivoli. First of all, we can have these major high-end anchors who insist on being in this kind of environment. Secondly, there are smaller retail users who also insist on being interior, not in the exterior environment. So in essence, with the two facilities together, we'll be able to serve, we think, the entire high-end quality retail market that this portion of the community deserves and we believe is ready for. The project then consists of the interior mall, the three proposed anchors, parking underground, an additional parking structure on the southern part of the property, and a proposed and probably future, given the nature of the market today, residential component here that might have something like 100 residential units. So it is a mixed use, but heavily focused on the indoor mall, a total of something like 650,000 square feet net leasable, 770,000 approaching 800 total square footage. An important amenity here, we think from a community standpoint, is that these projects will be linked, Tivoli with Renaissance, linked by a pedestrian crossover over Alta. That will relieve any number of potential traffic problems and also make the project feel like one project of two different parts, but still part of the same entity. And the architecture and design is intended to complement that as well. With regard to the fact that we're taking over a project which has a number of conditions, including protective conditions for the neighbors imposed, like this very large buffer and landscape area on our east, it's our intention to maintain all of the promises that were made with respect to protecting the neighbors. It will be a different project than was approved here, but we think, frankly, better, and we'll maintain the protections that were at one time offered. To give you a feel of the character of the interior mall, this is, first of all, not artwork. This is a photograph or a series of photographs of the Galleria, which we're echoing, that is currently in Milan, Italy. And it's our intention to make it as much like this as we can without violating some sort of copyright rules that might exist. And we think we can do it. We think that it'll be a highlight architecturally for the entire community with this interior mall designed as you see it here. We've noticed that in your staff report it says no neighbor meetings were required and none was held. That's only technically true. We didn't conduct a neighborhood meeting in the manner described in your code for neighborhood meetings. We conducted a whole series of neighbor meetings to which neighbors were invited and took their input in, advised our neighbors, and in general feel that we received support for the neighbors, at least conceptually, for this type of development. That is the outline of the project in light of the staff's very thorough analysis and their very favorable comments. We're not much inclined to go beyond that. Mr. Pankratz is here to respond to details on the development if you like. We also would want to reserve a moment to respond to concerns that may come up from the public and take your questions now if you're inclined.
Thank you very much. This has been advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone wish to speak on this matter? If so, please come forward. I see Mr. Farlow. 2 or 3 folks, please come forward.
Thank you, Todd Farlow. Anytime you see Dr. Burgell up here, you know it's going to be the cat's meow because he gets all the good stuff. I have a question on the residential part. Is that residential part, is that going to be open and glassed in like the mall itself? Thank
we'll get the answer to that question later. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Christian Diamandis. I'm president of Tuscany Hills North, which is the property that has that easement for the berm. I'm very pleased with their interactions with us. I like the project quite a bit. They've made some verbal concessions that the mall that's going to be closest to us, if possible, might be reduced in size to 2 stories if the anchor that is proposed to go in there moves to the center one. But in lieu of that, if they build the 3-story on my side, then they're going to do it with muted colors and something that's more in keeping with a desert landscape. So when we see it over the top of the berm, it's not jumping out in our faces. The only real concern I have is the residential again, which is stepped up. It looks on paper to be a nice building. My only concern is it's kind of large to be overlooking actually not even our property, but Mirialdo and the property next to us. I don't know if it'll be visible from our property. I don't have a real objection to it other than if it allows, things allow in the future, you don't let it get bigger, and if it could be reduced to 3 stories, it would be better than 4 stories living structure because it has 2 stories of parking underneath. Those are my only real concerns, and I hope they can build it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director, Mr. City Attorney, and Commissioners, my name is Neil Wolf. I'm a lawyer. My address is 155 North Wacker Drive, W-A-C-K-E-R, Chicago, Illinois, 60606. I am the attorney for Charleston and Associates, LLC, which owns the Boca Fashion Park, which is adjacent to the south of the proposed development here. I'm before you today to speak in strong opposition to the application that is before you. Pictures, attractive pictures of malls in Italy are one thing. Legal rights, the rights of adjacent property owners, contractual rights are another. And I would suggest to you that the proposed development is violative of the rights of Charleston and Associates, the owner of Boca Fashion. The application is ill-founded, illogical, is based upon factually inaccurate assertions, is self-contradictory, and quite frankly is in some respects disingenuous.
Mr. Wolf, I'm going to remind you, I want to give you an opportunity to make a record, but typically your time is very limited, so I'd like you to perhaps get to the point and put on the record what your objections are and why.
Chairman Evans, I will, and I promise you that I will be brief.
You're a lawyer. I don't believe that.
I would suggest, among other things, that the application calls upon this commission to totally ignore prior positions that this commission has taken with respect to allowable square feet in the development area and with respect to the pre-approval process itself. Moreover, the application is calculated to bring the City of Las Vegas and this commission into the middle of a lawsuit that is currently pending here in Las Vegas before Bankruptcy Judge Regal in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court. And I find it interesting, quite frankly, that the applicant today came before you and said, we really want you now not only to do these other things, but we'd like you to extend the deadline for the commencement of this development for yet another year beyond the customary 2-year period. If that's the case, why are they before you today? And I'll tell you why I believe they're before you today. They're before you today because the applicant is quite frankly using this commission as a tactic in that litigation, a use that this commission should not permit. Now let me go into a little detail, and I will be real quick. I promise you I'll work.
Typically, we give people 3 minutes, and I'm going to give you every opportunity, but I need you to move this forward. We have a lot of items on this.
I understand, but this is a very important matter involving millions of dollars and the property rights of citizens of your city.
Okay, and my concern is, it sounds like you have some litigation issues, and I'd like, with the conclusion of your remarks, I'd like our city attorney to give us an opinion, because I'm not sure that we have any authority over whatever dispute you may or may not have with the applicant.
You have authority over some of the matters, though, that I'm about to raise with you, Your
Then
Honor.
please raise them briefly.
I said a few moments ago that the application is factually inaccurate, illogical, and unfounded. Among the things that the applicant says in the application is, among those things is, and here I quote, "A mall with large anchors requires less parking than a mall with no anchors." Are they really serious? And does the staff really buy into that assertion? It is patently false. The ownership of my client is the developer of the 2 largest shopping centers in the free world. They're highly successful. One is the Mall of America. The other is the West Edmonton Mall. They know shopping centers. This applicant has no shopping centers with large anchors, and I've got to tell you that the reason you have anchors in a shopping center is to bring traffic to the center. That's the reason that the anchors typically pay less rent than the smaller tenants. To suggest that a mall with 3 large anchors, if they could find them, would require less parking than one with no anchors is just patently false. They say, and here I quote again, "Renaissance will be developed and operated in conjunction with adjacent portions of Boca Park." That's totally false. Indeed, the staff reported at the very beginning is what this is all about is an attempt to sever this new Renaissance development from Boca Park. They're creating a new master development plan, somehow carving it out of an existing master development plan. Well, you can't do that. Moreover, what's interesting about it is they talk about severing this development from the other, but look at their plan. They're proposing to enter their shopping center for purposes of bringing trucks of inventory to their anchors on our property, on the Charleston and Associates property. They're proposing to have access to the Charleston and Associates covered parking. There's 2 tiers of parking there. They're proposing a pedestrian bridge from my client's parking structure to theirs. How are they going to do that? These are not their properties. So for some purposes, they've said to the commission, we're a separate development. This is a separate and new master development plan. But for some purposes, they'd like to have these seen as being consistent with one another. They say that their proposed mall, and this is again a direct quote, complements Boca Park. I'd like to know how it complements Boca Park. And again, I'm quoting them directly. They're proposing an indoor mall. Boca Park is an outdoor mall. Their proposed entry tower will be 150 feet high. They're proposing that the buildings in which their anchor tenants, their alleged anchor tenants, will conduct business will be some 95 feet in height. This will totally block the sight lines to Boca Park, and anyone in the shopping center business would tell you that's highly important.
Mr. Wolf, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, if you would, please, and address the zoning and the site development review, what your objections are. You've submitted a 3-page letter. I don't know whether it was you or one of your representatives, and I think that's included in the record as well.
Now, Chairman Evans,
Attorney
about
Wolf.
Several years ago, my client filed an application seeking to develop that same property, that same currently vacant land. And objections were raised with respect to the proposed square footage of my client's development. One of those objections was raised by the attorney for this developer, Mr. Todd Davis. And let me read his objection, if I may. He said, 555, which is my client, has 337,835 square feet remaining on their existing development. What he was referring to, Commissioners, is a court order, a judgment that was entered by the Clark County District Court limiting the square footage in this master development to some 1.1 million square feet. My client several years ago had proposed exceeding that limit. It later withdrew that application. Here is what Mr. Todd Davis, the general counsel, said.
I gotta stop you, Mr. Wolf.
Do you want to hear
the
objection, or would you rather decide this issue without hearing the facts? Can you let me finish the quote at least?
No. Mr.
All right,
Scott,
then I'm going
would
to
you
make
please,
the record, sir.
Mr. Scott, can you please, I'm trying to give you as much opportunity. We've given you 4 times the amount that we normally give to someone who objects. Mr. Scott, if you can please provide an opinion, or Mr. Wolf, I've asked you to try to wind this up. This is not a court of law. Mr. Scott, can you please provide an opinion on
I will
that,
try,
Mr.
I will
Wolf?
try, Chairman. I'm not really sure where we're going here, but a lot of the things that this gentleman is talking about are issues of law that have to be decided by a court. We understand that they are in court, and we can't, you as a board, don't have authority to resolve their dispute today. The things that are before you today are a zoning action and an SDR. Those things have not been addressed in this gentleman's statements. That's with regard to why you should not grant those things, other than the fact it's a competitor shopping center saying we don't want a bigger shopping center next door to us. So if you want to take that in consideration, you can, but normally a competitor doesn't have standing to bring that type of objection, because traffic to one will bring traffic to all.
You can't speak to the issue of square footage in the master development plan?
With regard to the square footage issue that he's talking about, the 1.1 million square feet, that's part of an order that was done in January 8th of 1993, which doesn't, as he says, limit this to 1.1 million square feet. It actually says that the regional mall shall be permitted to contain 1.1 million square feet of building area. It doesn't say a maximum. It doesn't say shall contain only. It says to contain 1.1 million square feet.
Do you want to hear what their general counsel said about that $1.1 million
Doesn't matter what he
one
said.
year ago?
It doesn't matter what he said. That wasn't an application. If the application was before this council or this commission, they withdrew it. So it's not germane to these proceedings.
Mr. Wolf, did you want to say anything in conclusion, or do you want any of your local representatives to say anything? I'd like to wind this up, and I'd like you to briefly state whatever it is that your objection is to the items that are before us, not your arguments that you'd make in a court of law.
I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Evans, and I would like my other representatives of my client to speak, that number one, you ought to permit a full record to be made before you. That's number one. Number two, this commission is in danger of allowing itself to serve as a pawn in that litigation. Number three, this commission is, if it acts to approve this application, acting in a way that is arbitrary and capricious. It's applying its decisional authority in an unequal, discriminatory fashion.
Okay, and the city attorney has given his opinion. So would you like to address anything further about the zoning and the site development review?
I'm suggesting to you that the master development plan, and I've said this already, and the city attorney didn't address this, the master development plan is proposing, or their proposed new master development plan proposed to integrate themselves to Boca in manners that they deem to their interest, like attaching their property to our parking structure, like entering their property on our land, and at the same time reject other aspects of the existing master development plan, which, with due respect to the city attorney, is limited to 1.1 million square feet. We recognized it. They recognized it when they objected.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, you're going to have to conclude.
I'm concluded.
Thank you. And I would remind you that you said you'd be brief. Normally we give people 3 minutes. You got 20. So did you want to say anything further, Mr. Greenstaff?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Evans, Commissioners. Is it on? I'll be.
Can hear you.
Real quickly, I'd just like to address just a. Oh, I'm sorry, 9440 West Sahara Avenue with Charleston and Associates. James Grindstaff, I'm sorry.
Yes, you did.
The three issues I'd like to bring up real quickly is the declarant issue within the CC&Rs. That's one of the items that is currently pending in the local court. The reason it's in a bankruptcy court is because we had some bankruptcy procedures in Delaware. The Delaware court pushed that specific issue.
Is there anything with regard to the zoning or the site development review on this application that you'd like to make part of the record?
Okay. The last 10 seconds on that, the declarant issue, we're the declarant per the CC&Rs and per the existing development agreement. Any application that comes before you, per both of those documents, we understand the city's position on CC&Rs and not being enforceable at this level, but in a court of law, both require that any application go through the declarant prior to it coming to you, both documents, including the development agreement agreed to by the City of Las Vegas. Secondly, we've got several issues. There's a pedestrian bridge that links from near the building that will be on the east property line near the residence, and they're connecting our parking deck with a pedestrian bridge. They don't own the parking deck. They're not part of our project they want to remove themselves from it. They haven't even approached us of, hey, as a good neighbor, could we connect this pedestrian bridge on your parking deck to our building? So that's another issue. Thirdly, and one of the more important ones, is the entry at Rampart. If you could bring up, if the staff could bring up the site plan, if you will look at the entry at the very bottom of the page, you'll see off Rampart, it shows the 4-lane entry coming in, a circular area, which is currently where our fountain is, and then it moves off towards their loading area. That is our entry. It's our land. It is owned by us. So in one hand, they say the CC&Rs should, there's nothing to be said here. We're coming up with our own development agreement. Yet they want to use the CC&Rs when it comes to using a common entry into a pedestrian bridge or anything that seems to be to their advantage. So it seems like the CC&Rs are being used when they want them and not being used when they don't. So those are the issues that I want to address from a site development plan review. And also, my request would be that based on all the outstanding litigation issues and the fact that the site plan is connected in ways that we have not approved to our structures, I don't think you'd allow that on any other property, that the item at least be held 30 to 60 days until we can resolve some of these issues, both in a court of law and so they can sit down with us if they're going to be connecting to our plans. They sat down with neighbors who are adjacent to them, but they didn't sit down with us, of whom they plan on attaching physical structures to our properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Could we see the picture of the structure that connects to their parking garage? I just missed it. I'd like to see it.
I think it's in the backup or right there. Is it on the screen? We'll have them bring it up.
I'd like to see it, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
I'd like to...
One quick question, because I still would like to understand one item before we give the applicant a chance to come back up here. What parcels of land are owned by this adjacent property owner? I mean...
Who's the question addressed to? The staff?
Mr. Pencrest? Well, the staff, if they know, or Mr. Grindstore.
Control this a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
The drawing that's up there right now, the zoning map, will work just fine. If you'll look, you'll see there is a light blue area where you see the developed parcel exists. That is currently owned by us. You'll see the...
I'm sorry, do we have one of those he can put down there so he can actually point to it? That'd be probably better for... Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
While we're looking for that, is that going to take a bit, Mr. Rankin?
Public Works has one.
Because my thinking is we can move forward and we can find that and come back to it.
Sure, that's fine, Commissioner. Thank you.
Is that all right, Commissioner?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I'd like the applicant an opportunity to respond briefly, and I underline briefly. So you wanted to provide a little bit of time for rebuttal. If you can keep it under the 3 minutes, we sure would appreciate it. In the meantime, we'll look for the records and the photographs. We found it very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Borgell.
Chairman, and I will be brief. I made a conscious decision not to go to law school, and so I can be brief.
Thank you.
First, a question was raised about adequacy of parking, given that we have the three large tenants. The answer to that is we're not asking for any reduction in parking. We're meeting the parking code, the end. So whatever speculation may be in place about the degree to which the majors drive the traffic versus the small stores, it's speculative, but regardless, we're meeting the parking code, the end. Second question was raised about the nature of the residential structure. It is essentially freestanding, although it's on top of a partly depressed 2 stories of parking, but it's essentially freestanding. That was Mr. Farlow's question. On that same building, our neighbors from Tuscany 2 suggested that they still had some concern about this overlooking, not themselves, but some of our other residential neighbors. And I wanted to show you that the building is designed in a U shape, and the side that doesn't exist here except at the extreme corners is the side that faces the neighbors. Or to say it another way, this residential structure at all levels is designed to give north exposure, south exposure, and west exposure, and only some side windows involved on those 2 units would look towards our residential neighbors in any event. So we did think of that when we designed it. A question was raised as to why we're here today. We're here today because we want to go to the International Conference of Shopping Centers next week and show them a plan that we hope you all will have approved, so we can start to lock down some of these questions about who wants to be our majors. We're very understanding of the gentleman's concern from Tuscany that if we can possibly not make this one the 3-story building, that we wouldn't, and if it does have to be in order to make the project work, that we would treat the side facing them appropriately with desert appearance. So those are our immediate responses to those questions. With regard to the issues raised by Mr. Grindstaff about sharing the entry, there is a reciprocal easement pattern across this property, and yes, we share this entrance, which is on their property, and they will share the new entrance, which we're putting on our property, which gives the best access, far better than has ever existed before from Alta, because it will be at the controlled intersection where you'll have right in, right out, left in, left out, etc. So the nature of a reciprocal easement is that you both can use the driveways that come off the public streets into a project.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have the site plan that was, the question was asked about, and we could put it on the screen.
Mr. Chairman, I think there was one more question about the pedestrian bridge also.
Thank you. Here is our parking structure. Here is their parking structure. We have, in fact, indicated that if they desire, not us, but if they desire a connection between the two parking structures so vehicles could more easily access their parking structure from ours, that we're prepared to do that. That is not a requirement of ours. It is, in fact, I believe, an accommodation to them.
Thank you. And I guess, Mr. Grindstein, you had one final comment or a question from Chris?
Well, I want to address the
Trump?
question you had, and then since
Mr. Truesdell?
Mr. Borgell brought up that bridge again, he said if they desire it, it would have been as simple as a phone call to ask us if we desired it. They've never contacted us even one time on this project, just for the record. Here currently is the outline of what we own, this light blue area here, and this is the area in which as the application is in for. Now, as far as the CC&Rs, again, as I mentioned earlier, they said, oh, we have a cross-access agreement for CC&Rs, but they want to do away with the development agreement. Remember, we created the CC&Rs and the development agreement at the same time, simultaneously, and registered them simultaneously. They're like hand in glove. If you decide to do away with the entire master development, the CC&Rs are no longer going to be applicable as well. The CC&Rs specifically address the whole 42 acres.
I need you to stop for a moment. Commissioner,
Yeah,
was
one,
that your
one
question?
yeah, that
before
answers
Mr.
my question about your current ownership. And your issues will be resolved in court or by someone else other than us. But when this project was brought to us previously, Boca Park, this project, the multiple iterations that have come on this corner from, a bunch of pads to a enclosed mall in and of itself. So, I mean, nobody's here with any magic new thing. All of them represent the cross easements. Every one of those cross easement agreements on every one of those Boca Park parcels have all been individually negotiated for the grocery store, for the fast food pads, for the drugstore pad. They all have separate modified agreements. So at least I'm prepared to vote on what's before us, because historically what's been presented by your group meets the things that has been represented by this group.
Correct.
So whatever your battle is a difference of opinion between you. I think myself and this commission should have the ability to look at a zoning project that is presented by a competent developer. And, quite candidly, you guys do own the biggest malls in America, and that isn't working so good for everybody. So in real terms, I want to see what these guys have to do, because so far they've delivered across the street that's been pretty, I mean, if anybody's been out there, it's phenomenal.
Okay,
I mean,
Commissioner,
that's why I'm going to participate in voting in this. I know your attorney made some comments, but what's presented before us meets all the expectations that I would expect as a planning commissioner to make a
The only thing then
response.
along that I would
And
add
that's-
would be, we and many other developers in town always agree to the 2 years. It's standard with staff. I would request that at least you keep it with that, so we just don't. I mean, the reason for the 2 years is to ensure that projects don't sit there and zoned and drag out for an extended period of time.
Thank you. So I'm assuming all the questions have been asked, and what I'd like to do is close the public hearing so that we can open it up for discussion amongst our board. So,
I'm ready to go.
final, come on up here. And let's put the clock on, please.
This is Christian again from Tuscany Hills North, next door.
You-
Nobody has done anything to that berm until Johan Lowy took over that property.
Okay,
And
thank
he
you.
has maintained it.
Thank you. Last person to speak, please come on up. Set the timer, please.
John Massing, 9440 West Sahara. I'm a senior vice president of the 555 group of companies. You want things quick and you want it straight at you. The entrance, I don't want to get technical, the entrance by the Cheesecake Cafe, we own the land. We didn't build that, we don't own that land as a entrance for loading for the applicant's development. You look at the roadway, it continues on and joins up with our, and then turns to the south into our parking garage. No one has asked us, no one has given us any input on those plans, which your staff has recommended. We own the land. It is not an easement. If you want to quote easements, you can't throw out the CC&Rs and the Master Development Agreement on one hand, and then quote the cross easements, which are part of the CC&Rs, on the other. I've never seen a staff do that. Any other municipality I've ever worked in, you do a master development plan for a reason. You have a master development plan for 40 acres, not for 20 and 20. And that applies whether you do it for 40 acres or 100 acres or 2,500 acres. What are you going to do now as a precedent? You're going to let people do master development agreements on 2,500 acres and then put smaller master development agreements in place in that time and time again? That doesn't make any sense. Why do you do the master development agreement in the first place?
That's exactly what we do.
Well, I
in
can see
Summerlin,
that.
We
It
do
doesn't
it,
make a lot of sense.
We do it in the planned communities that you guys have been a party to.
Look at
So-
this development. Don't say it's the same as what we brought. This is an enclosed mall. This is an enclosed mall. This is not an open air facility, so it is important. Don't say it's the same as what we came forward with a couple of years ago, because it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing now and allow our commissioners to comment. And who would like to begin?
Start off.
Vice Chairman Trowbridge.
Yes, thank you. I initially had some concerns regarding the preservation of the 125-foot landscaping to the east of this project. I am pleased to say that that concern is no longer in existence because they've agreed to leave it as it is. I also had some concerns with the view of the residential units that are proposed as elements of this project, viewing down on the residences that are to the existing residences to the east. That also has been resolved because of the design of the structures. Just have the maximum of 4 units that would be facing in that direction, and it would be the sides of the units. Also, there's a parking lot as well as a landscaped area with mature trees that appear to be in excess of 20 feet tall that will not be in any way interfered with, so no one's going to be looking down at anyone's backyard. I was also happy to see that the traffic study has been performed, which addresses some of my concerns regarding traffic along Alta. Now, having said that, we look at what impact this particular facility might have on the Las Vegas community. We're talking about an expansion of an existing theme that, to anyone's view, would have to consider the existing Tivoli Gardens it's an art piece. And if we're going to continue that level of development to the south with an 800,000 square foot art piece that's going to provide multi-million dollars of investment in the community, provide hundreds if not thousands of jobs constructing this facility over the next 3-year period, also hundreds of jobs in upper-end shops, plus the ongoing tax revenue will be coming in as a result of the transactions that will occur on premises. I'm going to come across as a pretty good supporter for the project.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be very brief because I'm not going to be repetitious as what anybody said. When I was visiting the property with the owner and we did meet, and for the record, we met and had lunch, I said to him, "Gosh, I love it." And he said, "Well, that is Tivoli backwards. I love it." So I'm going to just say to you, I've sat here for 3 years, and I've yet to see a project this exciting ever come in front of us. Mr. Wolf, you're from Chicago. Our city is dying in front of us. And when we get something like this that is vibrant, that is, I was there, you couldn't even get a seat in any of the restaurants. We are excited because we are finally starting to see the rebirth of our city. I will support this wholeheartedly in every phase because this man has gambled on our city thrown some money into it, and he's winning. So there you have it.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Truesdale, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you okay? Flangus or Commissioner?
Just not to echo everything again, but just, you know what, Boca Park, I think, in my neighborhood, it's just, you've been one-upped. They one-upped you. And that's just the way it is. And I don't, excuse me, I don't know and can't figure out why you haven't gone across the street and asked them, how can we be a part of this? If you look at that whole corridor, even Mr. Pankratz mentioned, even on the same side as the Sun Coast, there's going to be some improvements to blend that whole corridor to make it conceptually look like a whole piece. And as Commissioner Trowbridge said, it's art. It's art. And Mr. Yohan is here, and these are things that are imagined in his head, and they come out on paper. It kind of reminds me of the cathedral I saw in Washington, D.C. A couple of weeks ago with the gargoyles on it, and I stood in marvel outside of that building for a couple of hours looking at the outside before I went on the inside. The same thing when I went to this building and took a look, and just to stand at the fountains, you can feel the synergy there. You can feel the synergy. And so I would say take a lesson from them, and you guys are in bankruptcy now. And so you talk about being the largest mall operator in the world. That's about all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Do any of the other members of the commission have anything to say with regard to this project?
Mr. Chairman, just a couple brief comments.
Thank you.
And I do want to take one moment to just again say, I think this is an incredible project proposed before us based on what's been delivered in the first phase. And these are not easy projects. They're not easy for anybody to accomplish. But in fairness to the people who built Boca Park, that was not an easy project to get on in its time period. To bring Target out there, to bring the Vaughn store out there when nobody really was going west. So, I mean, but it seems this intersection has been the bane of about half a dozen or 2 dozen lawsuits, something like that, between multiple property owners over the last 15, 20 years. And in spite of all of that, we're getting a great development in the city of Las Vegas. And if this developer needs 3 years, I understand their need to get before the ICSC the late part of this month and start that conversation. That's important. But even if those tenants, small tenants or big tenants, committed tomorrow that they're going to go there, they have to put it in their funding budgets that take anywhere from 2 to 3 years in their own time, plus you have to build the project. This project can't be committed to and built in a year, just like Boca Park couldn't be built in a year or 2 years. It is what the business takes if we're going to wind up with the great things. We have an incredible high-rise building, which everybody doubted. In the worst economic times, we've had Tivoli Village come together, which more than everybody doubted the ability of that. So if it takes 3 years to give this developer an opportunity to create another success as this intersection, I think we as a city need to take a look at that. It's like building a planned community. They don't happen in 5 minutes. So I'm going to support the application, and I suspect that we will see this application back before us sometime in the future for some tweak. Our code requires it. Just like we get applications come before us for Great Wash Park, specific use permits. So we will get a monitor to this project over the next years, and the success will be in the amount of people that visit it and the value of the retail neighborhood that it sits in. So.
Thank you very much. And before we vote, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Scott, once again, we're voting on a zoning item and a site development review. You want to just make one quick statement of clarification before we entertain a motion?
I think you've all been on the board long enough to know exactly what those involve. So all it is, like I said, you can consider all the items that you've heard today, all the arguments you've heard today, but you're basically voting on a zoning request to create a new plan development and a site development plan, which you see on the screen now.
Thank you. And I will say, just as an aesthetic aside, I had coffee at the little coffee place at Tivoli, and I'm glad that I don't live anywhere near there because their pastries are outrageous. And I was very impressed, though, with the authenticity of the architecture. The stonework isn't what we're used to seeing in casinos and buildings around town with styrofoam and hollow backing. It's actual real stone that apparently is taken from quarries from Europe, I'm assuming, and a great level of craftsmanship. So I thank you very much, and I'd appreciate a motion on these matters.
Thank you. And I'm more than happy to make the motion on it, and with only one concern, and I think that's a personal problem, and that's how I'm going to keep my wife out of the place. So having said that, I'd make a motion to support staff's recommendation for approval to zone change 41312 with all conditions, noting that condition number 2, I wish it to be changed to a 3-year approval period, and also acknowledging the changes in conditions number 14 and 20 to reflect those conditions that were brought forward by staff this evening.
If I might clarify, Mr. Vice Chair,
Please.
those conditions are relative to item number 20, SDR 41313. Item number 19, ZON 41312, does not have any conditions of approval.
Very good. I'll withhold and make the condition changes at the appropriate time.
So we have a motion for approval on the zoning item, condition number 19, I believe. Please cast your vote. And that is approved. And agenda item number 20, the site development review.
And in regards to item number 20, site development review, 41313, make a recommendation for approval subject to all staff conditions with the changes as previously noted.
Thank you very much. Did you want to say anything, Mr. Director, or are we all set on the conditions?
The conditions have already been read into the record. The amendments to the conditions have been read.
Thank you. And just for the record, I would also note, I'm assuming, Madam Clerk, that you have the various documents that have been submitted by the Charleston and Associates LLC, and if not, we'll make that part of the public or part of the record. I believe we were provided that, and I want to make sure it's part of the written record.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make one thing clear. Mr. Trowbridge, what was read and the 3 years, that's part of the condition. Thank you.
Condition number 2 was modified to 3 years.
Very good.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor. The motion is for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
These items will go forward to City Council on June the 15th.
We want to say thank you to the neighbors who met with us in the process and who apparently were happy and stayed home today.
Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item number 20. It's a site development review 41313, site development plan review related to...
I'm sorry, that's the same one, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Item number 23, I'll retract that. Item number 23 is a variance 41321. The applicant and the owner is Johnny Pappas, and it's a request for a variance to allow an existing 595 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, with a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, 0 feet of separation from the primary structure where 6 feet is required, and which is not aesthetically compatible with the primary structure, on 0.48 acres at 1125 Cashman Drive, and that is, I believe, in Ward 1. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the request is to permit an accessory structure on the north side of the main dwelling unit. No evidence of a hardship has been presented to justify the requested variance, and staff is recommending denial. Staff does note that variance 14492 for the addition of a garage with a 4-foot side yard setback where 10 feet was the minimum was approved on the south side of the primary dwelling unit in 1992. Please note, we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Johnny Pappas, 1125 Cashman. Commissioners, I have letters, one letter from the adjoining owner of the property next to me, which is a parking lot. He's in approval of what I'm doing there. I have letters from all my neighbors across the street here in front of me, and they're all in approval of it also. The aesthetics of this, I mean, the way I've constructed it, it looks like it's almost built into the home. So I don't see how the aesthetics would bother anybody, which is all my neighbors all are for it. I would be painting it the same color as my home. I'm in the middle of painting the home, and I'll paint it the same color as the house. I haven't heard from anybody that had a complaint about this whatsoever, even the property owner next door, Dr. Lom, I believe, and Associates. I have a letter from Dr. Stolber, which is a tenant there directly on the side of me, and he sees no problems whatsoever either. I'm beautifying my home. I'm putting in thousands and thousands of dollars in it. I brought some pictures here of, if you can see them, I don't know where, if you can put them on your overhead.
You could set them right down there in the middle there, and our camera crew, I believe, can pick it up.
This is what I've done to my backyard. The backyard looked like my front yard. It was all dirt, weeds, mosquitoes in the pool. I mean, I'm putting an awful lot of money into this home. I plan on living there probably till I die. I'm in current right now doing the front yard, but I'm at a shutdown now because of this shade I want to put up. All it is shade. I don't see how it's hurting anybody, or I haven't heard a complaint from any of my neighbors.
Let me ask this, Mr. Pappas, before we move forward. Did you already construct this, or are you in the middle of constructing it, and why didn't you get a building permit?
I put the frame up. I didn't even know I needed a permit for it.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
not attached to my home.
Thank you.
I'm sort of new at this. You know, I was born and raised here, and things have changed drastically, I guess, from the old days, you know. I mean...
Chairman, if I may. Oh, I'm sorry. Not yet.
Did you want to conclude, or...
I feel I'm not harming anybody. I feel I'm, like I said, I'm doing a lot to this home. All my neighbors around me are all for it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you get letters of support from the various neighbors that are affected?
Oh, yes, I'm right here.
Okay. If you'd submit those to the clerk, please. This was advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone want to speak on this matter? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Commissioner Quinn?
This is an unusual circumstance, and I was so glad that I went to your house today, Mr. Pappas, because
thank you, Ms.
had I not seen it, I would have not approved it. This old neighborhood has to be looked at, each home individually, and your structure is connecting north to a fence that backs into a commercial building. So therefore, you're not affecting any neighbor.
No.
When I walked around to the backyard, your fence is raised nicely with chain link and then some type of mesh behind it with loads of trees, so therefore the neighbor to the
Mrs.
west of you
Wiesner.
will never see it. And then out of nowhere, your neighbor from directly across the street came outside and we talked about it, and he didn't have a problem with it. And I never change my views on these kind of structures in this neighborhood, but because of where this is located and because it's affecting nothing but making you get rid of 7 cars in your front yard, I counted 7, I think it's going to help this house look better. And I believe in you only because you did a beautiful job in the backyard. You've gone around to the side, and I believe that you're going to continue that around to the front. So you're going to see my support tonight simply because it's an unusual circumstance.
I will, and that's a promise.
And I
Mr.
know it.
Quinn.
And I'm
Thank
glad
you.
I went over there today.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Do we have any other comments from commissioners?
Mr.
Moody?
Chairman, if I can, just briefly, Mr. Pappas, I don't believe it is aesthetically compatible with your house. It looks too tall for me. It's too close to your house and too close to the wall. I've been through issues like this within my own ward, and so I'm not going to be able to support your project tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the board? Entertain a motion.
I'm going to make a motion for approval for Mr. Pappas on variance 41321, and I'd like to add a one-year condition of where you go out and check it and look at it. What's that called? A review, a one-year review, that you kept your word and that it looks nice.
Okay.
A staff review, please, a one-year staff review.
Administrative review, very good. And before we vote on the motion, I'd like some assurance that it's not going to be used as a commercial business operation.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor, and everyone understand the motion? And if so, please cast your vote. And that motion has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Clinton.
This item will go forward to City Council on June the 15th.
Thank you very much. We move on now to agenda items 24 through 28, which are all related, and I'll read them into the record. Agenda item number 24 is variance 41385. The applicant and the owner is United Brothers Enterprises, Inc., and it's to allow 16 parking spaces where 25 spaces are required for proposed 2,600 square foot commercial building at 2320 Fremont Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 25, the variance 41386, to allow an 8-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required and a 7-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required for a proposed 2,600 square foot commercial development at 2320 Fremont Street. Agenda item number 26 is special use permit 41384 for proposed auto smog check use. Agenda item number 27 is a special use permit 41236 for proposed 1,500 square foot financial institution specified with waivers to allow 115-foot distance separation from a residential zone where 200 feet is the minimum required, and a 94-foot distance separation from another financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is the minimum required. And agenda item number 28 is the site development review 41235. It's a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for proposed 2,600 square foot commercial development and a 2,324 square foot fuel canopy with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along portions of the north and south perimeters and a 2-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter where 15 feet is required. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this request is to redevelop a portion of the existing site by removing a car wash facility and replacing it with an additional fuel canopy, office building, and smog check facility. The proposal requires approval of variance for parking as well as waivers and exceptions to reduce required landscape buffer areas and planting materials. Proposed uses at the site include a financial institution specified in a smog check, which both require approval of special use permits. Waivers of the minimum special use permit requirements are requested for both uses. The combination of building placement, proposed uses, and the variance, waivers, and exceptions needed for the proposed development will result in a site that is overbuilt. Circulation within the site is confusing with no obvious pattern to follow, and vehicles entering the site are encouraged to drive through the canopy areas where customers are fueling vehicles in order to get from one side of the site to the other. In addition, the service area for the smog check is located in front of a trash enclosure within the vehicle circulation area and may be a safety hazard for service personnel. The proposed building is located at the juncture of two major streets, but is oriented toward the interior of the site and provides little to no visual interest from the street. For all these reasons, staff is recommending denial. If denied, the site will remain as it is.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Yes, this is Mark Rissman, attorney for the applicant. I'm here with Bill Bahati, who is principal of the applicant. First, a couple agenda items ago, I was kind of hoping that Commissioner Trowbridge would have brought the bell from last Saturday's fight to signal the end of Mr. Wolf's time before the commission. But I'm glad to report that while we had a lot of had a wolf spewing bull before this commission, that the bulls from Chicago at least were a little bit more
Maybe you
victorious.
might want to talk about your plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. First, we are withdrawing the first special use permit, 41236, for the financial institution. We contacted Mr. Gabecki earlier today to let him know of this, so there will not need to be that special use permit that I believe is agenda item number 23 or 24. As far as the other items, I can have the applicant speak a little more in depth about why it would produce a good flow. We're talking about the triangle at Eastern, Fremont, and Charleston. Adding additional gas bays would increase the profitability of the site. The parking has never been an issue there. The 7 spaces that are currently there are never, we have a chart that shows all 7 are never filled up. Having additional pumps would actually alleviate the parking. And I'll present to Mr. Bahati as well as his engineers here today if he wishes to speak.
Honorable Chairman and the Commissioner, my name is Bill Bahati, B-H-A-T-T-I. I live at 356 Western Avenue, President of United Brothers in Practice. I own this car wash from many, many years. I used to work 10 hours a day there. In that time, car wash does produce a good revenue. And now with the economy and there is another car wash coming from the area, that car wash is not producing any business, And also the building is very old. To make a little business sense, I look, right now, I'm pumping gas over there, and all the development is in one side of the triangle, where the other triangle is almost empty. And when I made the application, I met at the pre-application with the city staff. I showed them that what my plan is. That time, to make economic sense, I did talk about the a financial institution where I can rent at a better rate because I have to demolish the car wash. It can justify my investment on the return. That's the way I go before the city staff. At the time, the traffic and the fire, they said we have no issue and it will go up. And the way the circulation at this time is, my existing 8 pump has only 25 distance, and the 4 pump is adding going to have a 32 feet difference. That way, even the 2 car of pumping, and there's even like 1 car can easily pass away. Actually, the circulation will improve. So I would like, and request, if you can approve my request.
Thank you very much. Anything further? No? This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward. You just want to step aside.
Thank
there
you.
for
Todd
just a
Farlow,
moment.
240 North 19th. They just put out the site plan right now. Could somebody please explain what they have, what they're doing? They're going to tear out the car wash. Is that? Do I? And they're going to put in a financial institution in place of that? No.
Mr. Farlow, I'll let the staff explain.
Okay, but could somebody point it out on the site development plan thing that we've got, so we see what we're going. My concern is this: we have some people that are going to develop that huge lot of land over there that's going to put a lot of money into this thing. This has to be done right. So, and that's my basic concern.
And I think your answers to your questions will evolve in the proceeding, and if not, we'll find an answer to that. Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Did you want to say anything further? Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the gentleman, I believe that's the architect. Do you have, are those the plans you have? Can you spread those out so you can tell us what building's coming out, and so we can see it visually? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And while he's doing that, I understand the request was to withdraw
Item 27.
item 27, which is special use permit 236 for the financial institution.
That is correct.
That's off the drawing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the site plan up.
Yes, sir.
The commissioner, I think, wants to know.
My name is Jaspal Sidhu. I'm with ACE Engineering, 6283 D. Martin Drive. And where this, right now we have an existing convenience store and an existing canopy. And there is a
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I can't understand. You're going to have to speak into the microphone. Speak a little slower, please.
And can you zoom in on that site plan a little bit, too?
Right now, there is an existing convenience store in this corner. This is an existing canopy with 8 pumps. And there is an existing car wash, which is a quite old building right in this area here. The plan is to demolish this existing building, existing car wash building, add 4 pumps here with a canopy, and add a little kind of a D-shaped building here and a smoke shop here. And the reason right now these pumps gets filled up quite a bit. People sometimes are waiting to get to the gas pumps. And by adding these 4 pumps more, will cut down on the waiting time for the people, and it will improve the circulation on the site. And that's the reason we try to put the building all the way in one corner so that we can have the improved circulation on the site.
Honorable Commissioner, I also did a little survey for 1 week, watch everything from like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. That how those parking spots are filled around the convenience store. A lot of my customers who do business at my site, they park their car at the canopy, not at those parking. And there was a few times when in 1 hour, the maximum time, the park number 7, which if you go on the Fremont side, been used for 6 times in 1 hour period. Or most of the time it's been used 1 time, 2 time, 3 time. So even I understand we're asking for the variation of the parking, but when I add more 4 pump, that will give additional 8 parking. And plus, if based on I also presented, I don't know whether the city staff has that. I did pull for the month of March, what is my average pump dispense gas in 24 hours? That comes to from average 600 gallons to 1,200 gallons per night, per day. If we divide that, in 1 minute you pump 8 gallons of gas in those pumps. That only take to my customer mostly $10 to $15. With this gas price, it take 1 minute to pump the gas, 1 minute to go inside.
Okay, what's the question, and is it being answered?
Well,
I want to see if it's a question and an answer, and then I'd like the commissioners to be able to debate this. So, what was the question, Commissioner?
If I could help Chairman Evans, I think what my clients are trying to say is that given the distance between the pumps and the current situation, and given the location on the triangle corner of Charleston Eastern and Fremont, that oftentimes there's a backup, and cars that are getting gas when they're through cannot go around because of the narrowness of a double lane, and sometimes the traffic even gets backed up onto Charleston itself. With these 4 new pumps, and with the added width of these 4 pumps, the cars getting gas at these 4 new pumps will be able to go around one another when they are through, and it will ease the congestion at the 6 or 10, how many, 12 existing pumps?
Existing, we have 8, and we have 4 like that.
And it will ease the traffic.
Okay.
It will.
Thank you. Let me just, normally I would not do this, but I want to, since this is my ward, I would like the other commissioners to comment. Basically, the staff's opinion is that you got too much on too little of a site, with some major issues of ingress, egress, and public safety. And I'd like Public Works to comment on this if you have an opinion. My issue is people coming in from Eastern, Charleston, Fremont, from all the various directions in your unusual triangular piece, where you're seeking to add gas pumps, add another building, etc. Where are they going to go when they come in? And by your own admission, people sometimes are queuing up at the pumps. That means, in my opinion, they're stuck out on Charleston, they're stuck out on Eastern, they're not able to have access to get in easily, and in my mind, that creates a public safety issue. And I can't tell you how strongly I feel that when we're making zoning decisions, that we are not putting the public in jeopardy. And if we do so, and we do so intentionally, I think we should be required to attend the funerals of all the kids and the people that get killed in these things. It's bad planning. I would personally like to see you design the site where it's safe for the public. And unless you can convince me that what you've got is good site circulation and good access and ingress in and out, I don't know how I could, in good faith, support this. I want to see your business flourish and succeed, but not at the expense of putting the public at harm. And our staff is saying that's exactly what your plan does. And so perhaps you can address that, and I'd like Public Safety's, Public Works' opinion before we proceed. Lucian, can you have an opinion on this?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I know that the applicant indicated they talked to our traffic engineering, and when they met with them, they did not have any.
Can you speak up?
Sure. When the applicant met with our traffic engineering section in the beginning, I believe they expressed they didn't have any concern with the site. Hearing that the driveways are possibly backing up into Charleston, we haven't observed that, but if that is the case, that's obviously an unsafe design and not really acceptable. We can say that the driveways, all driveways are only right in, right out, so they're the safest that they possibly can be for egress. There's only one direction that traffic can go. They have to take a right turn on every driveway that they have. But again, we haven't observed backing up onto Charleston, and I can't really confirm or deny that that's actually occurring. If it is, that's something we want to avoid.
My concern is that it looks like we're putting too much on too little with improper site circulation. I believe, Mr. Rankin, isn't that what the staff report basically refers to?
Yeah, from looking at on-site circulation, staff is concerned that if the pumps are being utilized, that there is not enough access to the other site to make a safe movement. So it's possible that we would continue to have traffic backing up onto the either Eastern or onto Charleston in particular. And also, any vehicles utilizing the parking of the new structure would be forced to back into that travel lane that might be compromised by someone waiting for a fuel pump.
Okay. And again, there's two other facilities within a mile or two of where you are where we had the same issues. And it makes me a little nuts because I know that in one case it's the county, in the other case it's the city, and I'd like to hope I didn't vote for it, but I may have. And we've created situations of public safety. Is there any possibility that you can modify your design that would better meet the needs of our staff, and when they analyze it, they could determine that it's safe for the public?
Yeah, I think one thing before Mr. Body speaks that is important. The problem with the plans that are before us is it does not have the existing car wash there. And I think from what I've seen and the removal of the car wash and substituting it with the open gas pumps with the 32 feet in between them is a far greater improvement on traffic and safety than what is there now. Right now, Commissioner Goins, there is right now, right here, there's an existing car wash, and it extends along here. And I believe that by demolishing this and opening up with gas pumps instead of a closed building, you increase the traffic flow and have grant greater access and reduce the possibility of backup. But I can let the architect speak to that, or the operator.
Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
When this has come before us a couple times, and quite honestly, the problem was created when the convenience store was built. It overbuilt the parcel at that time, and this commission, I believe, recommended denial because of the queuing of traffic potentially into Eastern, the additional traffic coming off of East Fremont, making the right into where people are backing out of parking of the convenience store. Compound that with the existing canopy that, and I'm glad you have a busy site, but it's exactly the reasons that we shouldn't have approved the original convenience store. It overbuilt the site. The car wash really didn't kill it. But if you tell us you want to build these canopies and that retail building down there where people are going to back out of handicap spaces right into queued up gas patrons with very little room to turn, we're gonna make a bad decision that happened once. We're gonna make it 3-4 times worse by what you're proposing here. It's too much on the wrong configured parcel, and the way you set the canopy and the way you set the convenience store, you're never going to be able to solve all the public safety issues, and now you want to add more traffic onto the site. I'd rather it stay the way it is. I mean, it's bad enough. And you know, I want to be real honest here. When people say that, you know, I don't like this plan or it's not going to be good and they won't attend your, I've never gone into this store since it was built because it's not a safe driveway going in and out of it, and I'm in this area all the time. The only way this thing can be fixed is move driveways around so you have a loading area for your convenience store. Rebuild the entire canopy. None of that makes sense at this point. You have what you have. I'm not going to support your application because it just compounds what we currently have is a poor situation down there.
Again, is there any appetite to see if you can't redesign this where it's safer?
Bill. Yeah, Bill. There's no lose here. It's up to you. Yeah. It's up to the applicant.
While the applicant ponders a quick decision, I don't want to force anything. Let me make a comment regarding the architecture that I find to be important. This pretty much is the entranceway to the South Fremont Street. This makes a very important statement aesthetically. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate what has happened in the past in terms of the decorative railing that goes around. I think that's an attractive addition, and it looks like you're trying to do a good job of keeping the landscape up. I'm happy with that part. From an architectural standpoint, I would appreciate to see some kind of a submission that shows us an architectural style that is consistent between the D-shaped building and the existing C-store that's there. Something that shows that they're meant to be on the same piece of property and they look similar, same color, same type signage, mm-hmm. whatever. You know, and to say it's going to be an office building, I need a few more words than that because I just don't think that's going to be a proper location for a law office or a doctor's office or what kind of an office building we're talking about. You know, the original thought was a financial institution, and yes. We probably don't need any additional financial institutions down there. There's a heavy preponderance. So while you're thinking about, you know, can there be modifications that are going to impact the traffic flow, you know, the same architectural give you the opportunity to take a look at the same architectural concerns that I have. But I want to see something pretty that's on that corner, because it has the potential to be really something nice. And I know it's a very successful business venture now, and I would wish you even greater success with an even more attractive structure.
Any thought on trying to redesign
actually,
it?
my site is a gas site. And right now, the way the car was sitting, and there is a dumpster. Between dumpster to the mud pump on the canopy existing is only 31 feet of the distance. With the new proposed site actually going to improve the flow, and also it will be 1 feet extra. So it's not going to impede any kind of traffic into that, if I add this canopy into this. But it does help me on the business side so that I can do this. And otherwise, there's no way.
I'm sure it helps you on the business side. I want you to be successful. My concern is that we don't harm the public. You need better site access, and that's what our staff is telling us.
Believe me, that's also the reason I withdraw my request from the financial institutions. When I came before, met the city, we had staff before.
But the building is going to remain, correct? It's just the business entity that's, the financial institution specified, the car title loan or whatever it is.
Exactly.
You've withdrawn that application, but the building, the office structure, is still contemplated to be there, correct?
That's correct.
So that doesn't affect the site access. That's my concern, is that people coming and going off this very unusual piece are not harmed. And shame on us if we approve something that puts the public at risk. And that's what our staff is telling us. What I'd like you to do is give you the opportunity to try to find better site circulation so that we have some assurances that the public is protected.
That's exactly what I come with. That's why I'm removing the car wash and adding the gas pump.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Give it better circulation.
Flammable gas pumps and people coming in off the streets, queuing up. It's an unusual sight. Mr. Rankin, is it the staff's opinion that the site access on this gas station, office, convenience store creates a public safety site access problem? That's what I read into the report.
Staff's opinion is that this does create a safety issue for both ingress and egress on this site. There will be conflicts with those fueling at the pumps, with those parking in the area and backing out into those lanes, and staff is concerned with that.
And once again, is there any way you can redesign this where the public is safer?
So that's why I'm telling you, this is the best design I can come to.
Can I have a word with him?
Mr. Chairman, while he's having a word, sometimes they say the old cliche, a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you go to your backup and look at photo number 3, you'll see directly to what you're talking about, Mr. Chairman, with safety. You see the yellow, you can see the yellow barrier poles, and you can clearly see 2 of them have been run over by a car. And so that clearly tells me that
this kind of incident can happen at any gas station.
Well, but that happened for a reason.
It's not like, on Charleston Boulevard and Drive, there's all the time car backing up into busy gas stations.
That's because the circulation in here is very difficult, to where somebody probably in a hurry or however can't move around in there, and they back right into your poles. I mean, it speaks for itself.
Anyone further? You don't have any desire to try to modify this so that the citizens are safer.
It will not make me any economic sense.
Okay.
I believe this is the safest design. That's why I'm doing it.
And our staff disagrees, but I guess the answer is no. This makes good business sense for you, right? That's what you just said. It's good economics for you. So I don't know what to do. I guess we could call for a vote. My worry is if we get this approved, shame on us. Shame on the city of Las Vegas. It's bad planning. So where do we go, ladies and gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I mean, one approach could be, I mean, since there's not enough here to make a good decision on this project, is maybe we hold that and let the applicant take a look at the design and show us some evidence that it can safely circulate. I mean, so I'd make a motion.
And I'd like that opportunity. I'd like you to be able to successfully operate your business.
Actually, I did evaluate those, there is a before I come.
Yeah, then,
No.
but then I'm going to make a motion that we hold these items for 30 days for the applicant to look at the circulation and come back to us with some further answers before we make any kind of motion on this.
Mr., go ahead. You got a motion?
Yeah, motion is to hold these items 30 days.
So,
Can I ask, Mr. Chair?
Can I understand what kind of circulation I can do? Is there any suggestion? What
Well, I can tell you right now, you can
I can get
redesign your
approved?
canopy, move it around a little bit, make it smaller. I mean, it's going to be a bad situation no matter what happens, but the onus is on you to make it the best situation humanly possible. It's not our obligation to design it for you. And I think that was the same comment that was made when you brought the convenience store in before. So rather than us just abdicate making any kind of comment on this, I would much rather hold it, have you bring us back answers so we can make at least the best intelligent decision we can make on this item before we pass it on.
Is that a motion?
That's been my motion.
Okay. So we have a motion to hold this for, just you can clarify that?
30 days, that gives them time for them to still meet and get back to you.
But
right?
before the vote, if I could just comment on the motion, Mr. Chair, with all due respect to my colleague, I haven't heard any indication that the applicant is willing to do anything in the next 30 days to justify holding this. So I will be voting to deny that motion to hold.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that is approved, and we'll be back here next month, and hopefully with better site access.
Thank you very much.
So can I find what kind of, so that, just like I spent quite a bit of money already on it. So what kind of, what I can expect that, the staff can approve it?
I would defer to the director, and perhaps our staff can work with you.
We will work with you to look at your site plan to see how we might be able to improve the circulation both to and from the site, if you will contact Mr. Rankin.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Were you going to vote to withdraw number 27? Rather than, since we took all those together?
Oh, yeah, I'll make a motion to withdraw item 27.
Thank you. We have a motion for withdrawal of item number 27.
And that's with or without prejudice, Mr. Chairman?
Without prejudice is fine. So we have a motion to withdraw agenda item number 27. And at the conclusion of this, we're going to take a short break. So thank you very much. Cast your vote. Withdrawal of agenda item number 27. And that has passed. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in a few moments for more fun.
can't say sorry, we've never made a connection. As compared to the last one.
We'll be beginning here in a moment if everyone could take their seats. Okay, we're ready to begin, please. Agenda item number 30 is special use permit 41200. The applicant and owner is Oasis Las Vegas LLC, and it's for a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 110 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to reestablish an off-premise sign which was removed on February 16, 2011. In order to reestablish the off-premise sign, a new special use permit is required. The subject off-premise sign is proposed to be constructed 50 feet from an entitled off-premise sign located at 120 North Jones Boulevard and approximately 260 feet from a property line of a lot which is zoned R1. The minimum spacing requirements cannot be varied per Title 19, and as such, the requested special use permit for an off-premise sign cannot be approved. Please note we have received additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. The applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Tim Mulliner, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1750. I'm an attorney with the law firm Ballard Spahr, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Oasis Las Vegas. I guess I'm not sure how much the Commission remembers the special use permit at issue in our application here, but we're no stranger to the Commission or the City on this issue. I want to back up a little bit and provide just a little more context in what the staff's report provides, and that is because there's some important facts missing there. My client owns the property at 110 North Jones property, which has enjoyed a special use permit since at least 1997. It had a billboard on it prior to that, but the special use permit, as noted in the staff report, has been around since 1997. 2001, the prior owner of that property leased to a company you may be familiar with, Lamar, to put up a billboard. They were the lessee under a lease with my client as the purchaser of that property. A year ago, Lamar came in before the Commission on its own application to get a special use permit at 120 North Jones. Obviously, the distance requirements that staff noted would have precluded that special use permit, but for whatever reason, Lamar, on behalf of the owner of the 120 North Jones lot, was able to get a special use permit. And in so doing, took ours away, I guess, is what has been concluded from all of that. Since then, my client has done everything at that level and this new level now to demonstrate that it never had any desire to allow its special use permit to go away. It did not demolish, take down any part of its sign. And we're here before the commission today asking the commission to grant us the special use permit that was taken away without our volition.
Thank you very much.
Can I just clarify one point, Mr. Chairman?
I was just going to ask if you'd make a comment.
Just one. The reverse is true. The gentleman spoke about the billboard. The billboard was taken down first, and then the SUP was granted. So there was no SUP in place before the billboard on the adjacent site was taken down. So
I should clarify, at the commission level, I believe the commission voted in favor of the special use permit and the variance that went along with it that was requested by the adjacent property owner. When it went to city council, it was held in abeyance until Lamar, actually, without the consent of my client, went and took down a portion of that sign.
And just another point of clarification, too, also, Mr. Chairman. There was an existing condition on this particular billboard that said that if the billboard was voluntarily taken down, then they would have to come in and apply for a new special use permit. And the voluntary taking down is not necessarily by the property owner, but the owner of the sign, which was Lamar at the time.
Thank you. Anything further you wanted to say on behalf of your client?
No. Other than what the question I would have if I were the commissioner: what do you want us to do? What are you here for? And what we're asking through this building permit, this piece of the puzzle, is to give us what was taken away, the discretion that was used in the first instance upon Lamar and the adjacent properties owner's application. We asked the commission to use that same discretion to the extent it exists to allow our special use permit, which has been around for a very long time. And I'm sorry, was in connection to a billboard, which was the only improvement on this property. So it's a very important aspect of this real property.
Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone wish to speak?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is odd because at either here or the council meeting, one of the things, they came up and they said it still exists because part of the pipe was still in the ground. So it can't be both things. But basically, I think that they ought to settle it by a duel.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Yeah, if I may. I was out there today, and I sat in that parking lot, and I've never seen more signs in my life that are unkept. They have nothing on them. But unfortunately, per Title 19, we cannot put a sign, your sign, next to this existing sign because it's too close. And I feel, after consulting with our attorney prior to my recommendation to you, we can't settle this at this board. I have to make a motion for denial, and then at your whatever you want to do with Lamar. Is that correct, Mr.?
Yeah, and I believe there's also, I don't believe it meets residential adjacency standards also.
Yeah, it's just a mess over there. And even if I said go put up your sign, I wouldn't be doing my due diligence to my ward because there's already a sign like right there. So your beef is with Lamar, and unfortunately we cannot settle it at this commission. So my motion is for denial of number SUP 41200, and I hope you can work it out.
Thank you. We have a motion for denial following the recommendation of the staff. Please cast your vote. And that motion has been approved and the matter's been denied.
This item will go forward to City Council on June the 15th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to agenda item number 32, which is a special use permit, 31, special use permit 41225. The applicant is Vallarta Taqueria, and the owner is Strata Vegas LLC, and it's for beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment within an existing 2,615 square foot restaurant at 2333 Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The staff is recommending approval, and can we have a brief report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the beer, wine cooler on-sale use will be ancillary to the existing restaurant. The proposed use will not require additional parking beyond that which is required for the principal use. The beer, wine cooler on-sale it will not require, wait a minute, I apologize, I have some errors here in my notes. Staff finds that the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner and recommends approval. Please note we've received additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you very much. You're the applicant, if you give your name and address for the record, and the staff is recommending approval, there are standard conditions, and if you could identify whether or not you agree with those conditions and if you agree with their recommendation for approval. Go ahead. Speak right into the microphone.
My name is Eric, and I'm coming from 2333 East Bonanza Road from Taqueria Vallarta. We just want to get a permit to improve our business.
And you've read the conditions and agree to them?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll open and close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
In regards, if there are no comments in regards to item number 31, special use permit 41225, make a motion to support the staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote.
Madam Clerk, can you show my vote as a yes vote? I think I hit the abstention button.
Just push the withdraw. No, withdraw. You just withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Everyone, please cast your vote. And that motion has been approved.
Thank you, and that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Good luck to you, sir. We move on to agenda item number 32. That is SUP 41261, the applicant Good Time Smoke and Chew, the owner Melepono Holding Company, and it's to add a beer and wine cooler off-sale establishment to an existing 1,250 square foot convenience store at 124 South Stick Street, Suite 170 in Ward 5. The staff is recommending denial. Can we please have a brief report?
Mr. Chairman, the market will be expanding into an adjacent suite for an additional 614 square feet. The project is located within the Fremont Street East District, also known as the Entertainment District of the Downtown Centennial Plan. The district has become an entertainment hub of the downtown. The proposed use is not compatible with the evolving district, and as such, staff is recommending denial.
Thank you very much. Do the applicant or their representative, you could identify yourselves for the record and state your case.
Hi, I'm Jemmy Nisley, GK3 Architecture, 2111 Edgewood Avenue. I'm here to represent the applicant and owner, who is Izat Shakir. And I just want to go over the project briefly, that this property located at the northwest corner of 6th Street in Carson. The owner currently runs Good Time Smoke and Chew, which is located in Suite 170. He is an owner and operator. You'll often find the owner himself and his wife running the back counter, and they've been operating their business since 2007. Now that they're looking to expand, they propose to join into the two adjacent suites, 160 and 180. This business has evolved into a convenience market. There's been a demand. There's a hotel in the existing building. There's 67 rooms in the hotel, and there's usually at least 50 of those rooms always occupied. There is no bar in the hotel, and through business, the owner has, via demand, has recognized a need for sandwiches and snacks and drinks, and has evolved his business to serve the local needs of the area. And so now he's offered a lot more convenience store type items, and due to taxes increasing on tobacco, the profit on the smoke shop has not been as good. So he's starting to offer or compensate that with the convenience goods that he's offering. So we're asking for approval for the packaged beer and wine off sales, also to help him financially support this market. Those sales will kind of compensate the lack of the tobacco profits that he's had. So this will be good for his business to expand. This is going to make it make sense. There is another C-store in the area down the street at Fremont. That store really caters to tourists, and that is not the same as our business, which is really going to focus on catering to the locals in the area. The market itself is literally what it offers has been derived from what the locals have asked or have illustrated a need for. This project, if it moves forward, will create 6 to 8 jobs. Currently, Mr. Shakir has 2 employees, and then himself and his wife who operates the store. So this expansion will create jobs for the area. And we do think that it does support the goals for this district, and will just aid in keeping a pedestrian-friendly environment, and will be an asset to the hotel and adjacent business. There's not a lot of convenience stores downtown, and I think this is a good area.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Mr. Farlow, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Could we show the photograph of the front of that store? Right there. That is not compatible to the entertainment district. And the other thing that's not compatible is an off-sale use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
My name is Christine Jones. I live at 218 South. I'm scared to death. 218 South 6.
Don't be scared.
He's such a good man. He's done so much for the neighborhood and for the people that live there. I've known him for a long time. I've worked for him. I've become his friend. You have to do this for him. The neighborhood needs it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak, sir?
Yeah, my name is Jason Young. I'm at 124 South 6th Street. I own a business next to him. It's an insurance company. He's been a very stand-up business guy next door to us, and it would be great because it'll expand my business because I'll get to insure the liquor, the liquor license. And I think there's a need. I mean, you got the Ogden that's there, and there's quite a few people that are moving into the Ogden. Finally. And I think there's a need there for packaged liquor.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
I just wanted to ask a question, with no disrespect to you, sir.
Yes.
Good smoke doesn't mean there's pipes or bongs
No.
or anything in there? And
No,
there's no
nothing like that.
marijuana coming out of there? Well, I have to check because,
Yes.
when I hear good smoke, that's what it reminded me of, so thank you.
Okay, is it my turn? Anyone else? That's not a true statement, sir. I stopped into your store the other day. You've got a lot of paraphernalia in there. I don't know whether it's evolved from a head shop or what. Call it what you may.
No, that's not a head
You
shop.
have crack pipes in there, or the glass pipes that people use for crack. Lots of rolling papers, zigzags.
Yeah, that's why we have the smoke shop items, like
A
general.
very small selection of cigarettes,
Yeah.
I might add.
You?
Let me just back up a little bit. You're asking for beer and wine.
Yes, sir.
I'm there every day on that corner.
Yes, sir.
And I have seen more mischief in front of the Johnny Carson Hotel and in front of your store. I took the opportunity to go in your store the other day to buy something, and I was not happy at all. I'm thinking, what are we doing? We've created an entertainment district. It's on fire. We've got all these great things happening, and we're going to add yet another beer and wine component. The nature of all of the people that I've seen coming and going out of the store appear to be, many of them, less than desirable. I've seen fights in front of the store. The Johnny Carson Hotel, if you want to call it a hotel, I mean, it's no Bellagio, I will grant you that.
If we are looking at the appearance of people, that kick him out of the downtown. That's it. What are we going to do about it? If I'm a poor man or if I'm living on the street, don't I have a right to live in downtown? If Johnny Carson Hotel have anything to do with that on these fights? No. People fight it. Johnny Carson Hotel don't tell them to fight. I'm not telling them to fight. You don't tell them to fight. And this is not our job to stop the fight or whatever going on the street. Whatever we can do is call the authorities. That's about it.
But would you not agree that if there's all this mischief and fighting there, that adding beer and wine isn't going to help solve it? If
So
anything,
are you
it's
trying
gonna-
to scare me that I will not do business in downtown because I'm scared? Because I don't supposed to be there? On the Fremont Street, anything happen, it's all good. If it's a one or two, if come out of the office street where we at, it's a problem.
I'm just indicating that it's a special use permit.
Yes, sir.
And the standard for a special use permit, I think, is very high.
Okay.
We've created an entertainment district
I
that
understand.
is exceptionally positive and successful. And now we want to add yet another component to a very small convenience store that looks like it was a head shop that's morphed into where you
Sir,
sell.
looks like I can be look like I used to be a crackhead or whatever you can call me. But now what is the appearances now? What we have put the past behind, and there was not ever a head shop before there. Never.
Okay.
I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
I'm living in Las Vegas since 2005, and this is my favorite place to live. Nobody like it to live on Carson Street. I'm living there since 2006, and I have no complaints about it because I have nothing to do with stuff going on the street.
Okay, I don't want to debate the matter, but
no,
I'm
I
just telling
understand
you that
I'm just answering your question. What you?
I'm telling you that I've seen fights in front of your store.
Yes, sir. Fights can be anywhere. Are we worse than Southside Chicago, or we are worse than East LA, or something?
But you're asking for a special use permit.
Yes, sir.
And part of the parameters of that are ensuring that it's compatible with the area.
Yes, sir. It will
And
be.
we're
If
trying
you-
to clean up all the cockroaches down there.
I'm
you're
pretty
not-
sure if you folks provide us opportunity, we will be the part of the color. You have it over there. We will put a better signage there. We will make sure that everything is clean. We have our name tags and everybody have a same kind of uniform. And whatever sparkling and twinkles you want, we want to do that. You know, that's-
And I'm thinking that perhaps before you apply for
Yes, sir.
a special use permit, those are the kinds of things that you might want to consider before you ask us to
Sir,
give
that's
you.
what I'm working this in 2006. I saved up enough money now to come in front of you to ask you. Now I have a time and money to invest in that. I'm going to tear down those walls on the left and right. I'm going to make the store bigger. I'm going to fix the floor. I'm going to paint the house again. I'm going to make sure the outside is clean and ready for the business. And I will invite all of you folks to come in and participate in that opening ceremony. All of these folks
I think it's important to keep in mind that there is a hotel there, and that is an asset to guests.
Yes.
It's
The
very
beer and
common
the
to
wine
have
is
a
the asset
hotel
for the
in a
hotel.
bar. Having access to the convenience items for snack and food items, the cigarettes, the packaged beer and wine, yes, absolutely. There isn't a bar at the hotel, and this is an asset to the people that are there.
Look, this is, if I can go to El Cortez Casino and get a $9 sandwich at the Subway, why not you should come to my store and get a $2.29 sandwich with a 60-cent soda?
Excuse
What's
me.
wrong with that?
Sir, let me
Yes.
just say this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you a question,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you lied to me.
About
so
what?
you are not getting my vote. Thank you.
Okay, anything else you wanted to say on your
Sir,
behalf?
I'm just looking for opportunity. A man who is trying to make his living in here.
And
And
I
I'm
appre-
trying to improve the foot traffic around the corner beside Fremont Street. We are
And
trying to-
I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that
Yes, sir.
all of the glass pipes that you have on display,
Sir, go ahead.
and you cannot deny that you do not.
Look, I have those tobacco pipes. This is not like crack pipes, or you say that there's a other kind of predator, whatever you call it. You know, this paper, the people roll the tobacco in paper. If they use it for other purposes, I'm sorry to say that this is not my fault. You know, and I apply the city of the license, and license I have it up there on the wall. That what is in a limit of that. They told me, and I apply with that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I'm just
sir.
looking for opportunity. I appreciate that if you something.
One quick thing.
Yes, sir.
I think you're in a retail location.
Yes, sir.
If you want to expand your retail business and show this commission how how you really plan to
Yes, sir.
run a great place
Yes,
and
sir.
incorporate all those snacks and sundry items and soft drinks into the hotel, and then come back and ask for
That's what we did,
the
exactly.
packaged liquor, I think you've got a better argument. But right now, the only argument we have is we're going to lead with the beer and wine. And that isn't what we see as...
We already have that. The
But,
one you're
but
talking
what I'm
about.
saying is your expansion, you're talking about,
Yes,
you know,
that's-
taking the walls out and stuff. I would encourage you to, I mean, I'll make a motion, but, you know, I think you would be better off to...
Sir, I would not sign any.
We do have a floor plan illustrating what the new layout what it would have, and it illustrates the gondolas, the coolers surrounding the perimeter, and then the
And I
the
agree.
cashier
Actually, I like the
counters.
layout.
So
I think
we-
it's a, and I'm very familiar with this hotel. My offices were across the street for more years than I can count. But I think with the standard of what we're trying to make compatible and grow the entertainment district, the onus is on the businesses to show us before we start to give you all the extra special use permits. So I'm going to make a motion for denial and see where it goes.
May I interject on this?
No, that's, public hearing's closed, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. We have a motion on the floor for denial following the recommendation of the staff. Please cast your vote.
It's gonna put me out of business. That's why.
And that motion for denial has passed.
And that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 33, SUP 41263. The applicant is Northwest Farms, and the owner is Sherry, G-A-N-E-S-H-A, Inc., for a secondhand dealer use firearms in conjunction with a retail establishment at 4450 North Tenaya Way in Ward 4. The staff's recommendation is for approval, and if we can have a brief staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use would allow the sale of used firearms in conjunction with the sales of sporting goods, including new firearms. Note that the excuse me. Note that the sale of new firearms does not require the approval of a special use permit. The proposed use complies with the requirements of Title 19.04 and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Hi, my name is Michelle Gordon, 4450 North Tenaya Avenue, Suite 100. I am here for Northwest Arms, and I agree to all the conditions and concur with the staff's recommendations.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Parlow, 240 North 19th Street. Is there going to be a shooting range in conjunction with this? The reason I say that is because if you're going to buy a used firearm, you're going to want to know how that operates. So do they loan the gun out for or sell it temporary with it? How does this work? I'm curious. And
We'll
I
ask
would
the
also
applicant.
like to know how long the applicant has been in business. My thing is this. If you're going to deal with firearms, by God, I want you to know what you're doing. That's it.
I'll allow the applicant to briefly respond, please.
Answer to his question about the firing range, no, we will not be having a firing range. It'll be just retail sales and possibly secondhand sales if we get approval, and accessories and gun range gear only.
And the second part of Mr. Farlow's question was, I'm assuming, is there licensing requirements, and do you understand how handling of firearms? Briefly, please answer.
My name is Tom McNeese. I've had a federal firearms license combined for 15 years. Pretty good, and I have a secondhand license in Mesquite, so I've been through this 7-8 years out in Mesquite. So we usually check the firearms, we take them out, we check them, and then we sell them, but that's usually a small part of our business.
Great. Thank you
Okay.
very much. We'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
What kind of safeguards do you have in place if you're dealing with used weapons coming in? Let's say I come in with a weapon. What kind of check do you do to make sure it's not stolen?
We subscribe to a service that we run the serial number through, and if any of the serial numbers have been messed with, we do contact ATF and we have to require to obtain the gun.
And then I'm assuming, and I saw in the backup material, that you also comply with the waiting periods that are necessary as well.
Correct. We do background checks on all guns, used or new, for our customers. They're required to wait the 3 days if they do not currently possess a firearm.
Thank you.
Do you do a background check on the customer?
Yes.
And does the customer have to have a concealed weapons license to
No.
purchase?
No.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions, comments? Seeking a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, no further comments or questions. I would then go ahead to move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all the conditions, to approve SUP 41263.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is passed.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 34, SUP 41266. The applicant is Costner Finance, LLC. The owner, Buffalo and Lakemead Boulevard, LLC. It's for an auto title loan within an existing non-conforming 1,400 square foot financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 970-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required and 1,400 square feet of floor area where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required at 7421 West Lake Mead. In Ward 1, the staff's recommendation is for denial. And if we can have a brief report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff is recommending denial of this application because the site is not physically suited for the proposed auto title loan use, and it cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with existing surrounding land uses, as evidenced by the required waivers of distance separation from a similar use and minimum floor area. If this request is denied, the auto title loan use cannot be permitted on the site. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you. The applicant, please state your case.
Yeah, Brad Larson, Costner Finance, 4170 South Decatur Boulevard. Just to note, items 34, 35, and 40 are all related. They are 3 locations in Las Vegas City. So similar discussion will take place on those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to know, we have been in business in this particular location for over 11 years. We currently write signature loans out of that location. Some of you may recall a few years ago the state changed the designation for businesses of our type, basically lumping all of these types of loans together, whether it's a deferred deposit, an auto title, a check casher, or in our case what they designate a high interest loan. When that occurred, that was back in 2007, we have since complied with all the local licensing and so forth. Our other 11 stores within Clark County, which include one in Mesquite, one in Henderson, one in North Las Vegas, and the rest within the county, have all been modified and updated to allow for, in this case, an auto title loan to be written. We, as a company, at least annually, do a survey of our customers to ask them what other products or services they would like us to offer. The reason we want to expand this license in this location is so that we can respond to their requests that we offer auto title loans as an alternative to our current signature loan. We've done that in the past where we offer money orders now as well because our customers have asked for it. So basically what we're doing here, we're going to stay in business here, we're going to operate here, but we would like to expand our offering to give our customers a choice of whether they want an auto title loan, which is typically a little bit cheaper, than a high-risk signature loan.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone. Give your name for the record.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My question, I guess, is all the time. Is it by ordinance that they cannot store cars here, or does each application have to be addressed separately on that issue? Because I don't want cars stored here or for sale signs or anything like that.
Correct. Staff, is that by ordinance?
Mr. Vice Chairman, it is by ordinance that they are not permitted to store vehicles at this location. Merely, it's a paper transaction.
Can I comment on that as well? I mean, basically, the customers are going to come in. It's not really going to change the flow of customer into the location. They just are going to choose a different product.
I understand. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed and turn the matter over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
I'd like to discuss.
Please.
Mr. Larson, this is in Ward 1, and I visit everything that comes into our ward.
I believe you stopped by, right?
I did, and I was treated terribly. And I've never been treated badly in a store like these ever. And I asked, there were two gentlemen sitting back to back, and what I didn't see was room for your title operation. Not only did I see room for your title operation, I didn't see the customer service area that would even conform to putting it in here. I've never truly been treated worse walking into one of these entities. And I'm not going to deny it on that precedent, because I know that this is I have to look at the use. And I've learned from my colleagues that you've got to look and make sure there's room. I don't think there's room in here for a teller with a window to conform to take in these titles. And I have a very bad taste in my mouth. And I can't support this tonight. And I asked them to call you, actually. I said, could you call someone, because I'm very involved in the ward. I go to every one of them, and he threw the card back at me. So
you know what? I'm glad you bring that up, because that
it has nothing to do with the vote.
How
it
we
has
run
nothing
our
to
business.
do with why I'm voting. I will tell you, you don't have room in here, and they wouldn't even give me a chance to look around to even find the room.
Okay.
So if you want to hold it for 30 days and rethink it, maybe. But
the comment I have, I don't know that we necessarily need a teller window to be able to produce. Again, I think.
I didn't see the room in there for it.
Typically, I think you're thinking of a check cashing institution, which we don't currently do,
right,
where they have the bulletproof glass. I mean, and that's for security. We don't currently do that. So with an auto title loan, basically you're just doing paperwork on the same computer at the same desk.
So you're going to just keep those two guys operating the same
Well,
thing?
we may not be keeping those two guys after what you said.
Well, no, I mean, I just don't know where you're going to put in more room.
That's unacceptable to me. I don't care if you're a commissioner or if you're a customer.
And I'm a really nice person.
If you're treated that way
I mean, I'm really nice when I go in there.
You seem very nice, and it's unacceptable to me.
It was unacceptable to me.
So there will be.
Well, that's not the problem. I just want to hear my other commissioners, because I get very emotional.
And to your point about space, like I said, in this particular location, like I said, there's two others where it would be similar. This particular location has 4 workstations to be able to write these loans.
And at this time, there were just 2 working at that time.
Yes, right.
Okay.
And that's because of traffic. And again, it really comes down to just giving our customers the choice. Do you want to do this or do you want to do that? But, we don't necessarily expect that the traffic flow is going to increase immensely into our stores, because now we're one of however many in the area that offer a title loan. It's more a service
what
to our
I'd like
customers.
to do is pass this off to Commissioner Truesdale, because I'm really personally involved because of the way I was treated.
Okay.
And he's a master at figuring things out. So I'm going to pass it on to him and see what he has
Maybe
to say.
we should have him go in and have a conversation with my employees.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Truesdale, I think this ball has been lateral
thank
to
you.
you if you'd like to try to catch it.
I just want to know if you think there's enough feet there, because I got a little personal itch. So if you could help me with the space, because you know space better than anybody.
Well, you've got more square footage than is required, at least within 100 feet. I guess I was looking at these as their existing operations.
Yes.
And while I have never been quite the fan of the title loans or the payday loans or
which we don't do.
But
either
signature
right
loans,
now.
I got to tell you, is
Sure.
is a model that's 40 years old. Used to be in this town under a couple names that actually got bought up by big banks, and but they are pretty aggressive lending. I mean,
Sure.
And now we're going to add the title loan to it.
Which I would say is less aggressive lending.
I mean, I used to like just growing up here. You could go into the bar and make a deal with the bartender, but I mean, this.
Well,
you've codified it and made it a little more, I guess, interesting.
I think the state's done that, not necessarily, and I do think there's still probably those bars, tenders, doing this. Let's be honest, but the state's tried to regulate it, and to their credit, I came in and took over 3 years ago after all of the new laws passed to bring this company into compliance and make sure that we're doing everything the right way, and we are.
And you do
other
have
non-customer
several.
service.
You've got a bunch of locations. I've seen your stores. They're fairly well maintained. They have good signage. They fit within the centers. I can't see anything wrong with approving this, and I will support your item. Like I say, it just we've had so much of these come back, and now they're. I suspect we'll see this come back, and you want to buy and sell gold here or jewelry or these
Nope.
things have a life of their own, and,
Sure.
and they tend to. At the end of the day, we won't like what we have, but you do the existing signature loans, and I think the title loans do fit within that model. So I will support your item.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Please.
if I could, Mr. Larson,
Yes.
the question was asked by Ms. Quinn whether you would consider holding this for 30 days. Maybe she could be invited back, some explanation could be offered on some various things. I'm not sure that you answered that question.
Well, I guess if needed to hold, sure, but as far as an explanation, really the only explanation I give is an apology that
No,
my
it's okay.
employees treated you that
Thank
way.
you. It's okay. It's not the issue, really.
Prior to requesting a motion, my observation simply is that whenever a non-conforming financial institution goes in and it's non-conforming because of 100 feet, it places the applicant in a more difficult situation when you come forward and you already are pushing the envelope a little. I agree with Commissioner Truesdale. I live in that general area up there, and I've seen the place and think that it operates as certainly within the law, and changing the types of sureties that you're able to accept for a loan, and thereby allowing the applicant for the loan to get a little better interest rate is probably in the best interest of everyone involved. So I think we're ready for a motion if someone wants to
Mr. Chairman,
make it.
I do respect Commissioner Quinn's thought about holding this, but I'm not sure there's a significant amount of change that would come back.
No, I'm
30.
fine not holding it. Thank
I would
you.
make a motion to follow staff's as-if approved conditions and approve this.
Motion's been made. Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Motion carries with Commissioner Evans unavailable. We now move to item number 35, special use permit 41267. It's an applicant is the Coaster Finance LLC. The owner is Sea Eagle Spirit LLC. It's a request for a special use permit for an auto title loan use within an existing non-conforming 4,845 square foot financial institution specified with waivers to allow no distance separation from a residential use area where 200 feet is required and 100 foot distance separation from an existing auto title loan where 1,000 feet is required at 2200 East Bonanza Road. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, staff is recommending denial of this application because the proposed auto title loan use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with existing surrounding land uses, as evidenced by the required waivers of distance separation from a similar use and from residentially zoned property. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you. And for behalf of the applicant, we have?
Brad Larson, Coster Finance, 4170 South Decatur Boulevard. I'd basically, I don't want to waste time with the same explanation, but it really basically is the same thing, just a different neighborhood. Again, we just want to offer our customers more of a choice in this neighborhood. This isn't actually a very large building, just where it stands relative to, I guess, competing entities and to residential is really the issue here. However, it really the same issues arise that, again, the traffic flow is just going to be another choice for our customers. There's not going to be a whole lot of change to how we operate in that particular location.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Now, this is in my ward. This is in my neighborhood. And Commissioner Quinn, I'm glad you brought that up, because if you have a business that puts bad vibes into the neighborhood, that it's contagious. And if they treated you like this, they'll treat other people like that. I don't want these kind of people in my neighborhood, and I hope that you vote for denial on this.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion. My first question is, when was this business first licensed at this location, and have we had any complaints regarding the business activities?
I can tell you, the store opened in 2000, so it's been there.
It's been there 11
quite a
years.
while.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry. I take that back. It opened in 2003.
Okay, 9 years.
I misspoke. So
the difference here, Mr. Larson, I mean, Mr. Chairman, is not just you expanding your business.
Yeah.
You have the existing saturation of those additional businesses, which is part of the reason this ordinance came together in the first place.
Absolutely.
Where I would support it, where it's expanding a business that isn't infringing on, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that the residential takes a little bit of a walk to get there, but that isn't really the question that's before us. You have competing uses within the required distances or recommended distances. So I won't support your application on this one. So.
Anyone else have any comments regarding this? Then we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion has been made. Please cast your votes. And the motion for denial carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, just to note, both items 34 and 35 go forward to City Council on the June 15th agenda.
Okay, we move on to agenda item number 36, which is special use permit 41273. The applicant is Walgreens Company and the owner, Strata Vegas LLC. The application is for beer, wine, and cooler off sale within an existing 15,400 square foot retail establishment at 2421 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The staff is recommending approval. Can we please have a brief report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use will not require additional parking beyond that which is required for the principal use. The site location is well suited for the for this use and meets the minimum requirements of Title 19. Staff finds that it's compatible with the surrounding land uses, and for this reason, staff recommends approval. Please note we've received additional protests and letters of support since publication.
Thank you very much. The applicant, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street. I'm appearing on behalf of Walgreens, and this is an application for a special use permit to add beer and wine only, no packaged liquor. This is a small commercial center at an existing Walgreens. I believe it's called Vegas Plaza. It's on the corner of Bonanza and Eastern. And we're seeking to add less than 1% of shelf space to sell the beer and wine. So it's not going to be a significant component of its sales. That's the current plan on the current floor plan. Staff has recommended approval, and Walgreens agrees to all the conditions of approval, and we ask that you follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. And I don't know whether you elevated us or demoted us, but as members of the County Commission, we're the Planning Commission, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said Planning Commission.
Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone wish to speak? Mr. Farlow, please
Yes,
step up.
thank you very much. I'd like to thank the applicant. This was the old Blockbuster or Hollywood, one of the old movie video things. They took that out, and they've really made this nice. They keep it clean. It's just super. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Did anyone wish to comment on this? And if not, I have a brief comment before seeking a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to be consistent in my voting. I just don't think, I think Walgreens advertises itself. I looked on the website again today. It advertised itself as a drugstore, all kind of health aids, and I don't think alcohol fits their model. And they don't even mention it on their website. I'm just curious to know why.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Ms. Roberts?
It's just not a significant portion. I mean, they are primarily a drugstore. They do sell other convenience items, cosmetics and toys and greeting cards and all sorts of different items. But this, as you can see on the floor plan, less than 1% of the floor space, they don't consider it a significant portion of their business.
Thank you very much. I would, did you have a
I have simply a question. If I recall, maybe it was another competitor that was introducing alcohol sales, beer, wine, whatever, into their product line, and they restricted the square footage to like 71 square feet or something. Was that Walgreens or is that another one?
Some of our prior applications, it was limited to a certain square footage in the application and the approval. This application doesn't have a limitation on square footage, but there's no plans to exceed a large amount of square footage. Less than 10%, most definitely, but right now the current plan is less than 1% of the floor space, and I don't see any significant plans for expansion of that. It is just beer and wine sales. It's not packaged liquor.
Would you limit it to, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, would you limit it to 1%, which comes out to be about the number you asked previously?
Yeah, I mean, again, they can limit their floor plans to that size if that's the wish of the Planning Commission.
I would feel more comfortable with a specific square footage delineated, just so that it doesn't just gradually evolve over time to pretty soon we have Band-Aids and booze.
Right, which is, yeah. I understand that. They can accept a condition on square footage if, maybe if you want a specific size, less than 100 square feet of space, just a round number. The previous applications ranged from 48 square feet to like 79. We could agree to like less than 100 if it's a solid
live
number.
with 100.
Okay. Well, we'll allow them to, whoever creates the motion, to see what we can't craft to give everyone a level of comfort. As a matter of full disclosure, Ms. Roberts texted me or left me a voicemail message the other day about this item, and I did return her call and an email later. There was a Walgreens application at Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston, and further, I believe, a similar use. and there were some issues and concerns about vagrants in the area and the perimeter being properly supervised and enough security. And I think that we have to take each of these applications individually. And in that particular location, it's my opinion that even though the special use permit was previously approved, they've not yet put in the beer and wine or liquor component. But yet there is still substantial mischief in the parking lot. And they provide security within the store to ensure that, nothing gets stolen or whatever, but very little on the outside. And I would hope that the maker of the motion would consider a review period for this because, as I said, we have to take it individually. But my big concern is that we end up with folks out in the parking lots, drinking out of a brown bag. And I want to keep the stores on notice that that's not acceptable. It's a special use permit.
May I briefly respond?
Yes.
For the location that you're talking about on Las Vegas Boulevard, there was a 6-month review imposed, and that was, to make sure that there was adequate security. It is Walgreens' policy when they have security needs on staff that they are to patrol the premises at least once an hour outside the store. That is their policy. But this location is within a commercial center. They share space with about 6 other stores. There's a Smart and Final. There's a restaurant, a salon, a barbershop. So, obviously they can patrol their premises, but there is shared business locations at this premise.
Well, I'm just concerned that there's a security guard standing inside the door. Mm-hmm. But yet there are drug deals and people drinking 4 feet away in the parking lot. That's all I'm concerned about. If we create a review period and keep the property owner, the applicant, on notice that it's a special use permit, we're giving you beer and wine and the ability to sell that. But in turn, we expect that they provide security and they keep the premises safe and clean and free of mischief.
Sure, I understand
So that's all I'm asking. Okay. So if there's ready for a motion, I would appreciate if there would be some consideration of the maker of the motion for a period of review.
Very good. Then there's no further questions or comments. I'm willing to make a motion on item number 36, special use permit 41273, to support the staff recommendation of approval subject to conditions with the addition of 2 conditions. One being that there be a 1-year administrative review, and second, that beer and wine sales be restricted to not more than 100 square feet of floor space.
Great. Okay, that is acceptable. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could we amend the 1-year required review after the issuance of the business license?
I accept that.
We've modified the motion. We've modified the motion, so please cast your vote. And that has been approved.
Thank you very much.
And, Mr. Chairman, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item number 37, SUP 41278. The applicant and the owner is Brian Albizer for bail bond service use at 1201 Stewart Avenue, Suite 2 in Ward 5. The staff recommendation is for denial. Can we please have a report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed bail bond service is not compatible or nor harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses, as this service is better located near the Regional Justice Center, Federal Courthouse, and jail facilities. As such, staff is recommending denial of the request.
Thank you. The applicant?
Yes, my name is Brian Albizer. I reside at 805 Shetland Road. This agenda item seems to suggest, at least to me, that I'm the owner of the bail bonds business. I'm not. I simply own the property at 1201 Stewart, and Innocent Bail Bonds is anticipating moving into that, and I'm anticipating leasing the suite to them. It would be Suite 2. It's in my, I heard some conversation about the buildings and the compatibility and the structure of other special use permit applicants. I think my building's probably the nicest building between here and Eastern, so I don't think that's an issue. I truly don't understand why staff is recommending a denial, because my last conversation with the planner was that it was his recommendation would be approval, but be that as it may, I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Let me ask staff, is it just the fact that it's not compatible?
Yeah, the issue is that this bail bond facilities tend to be located close to the courthouse and the jail facilities, and this is near a residential commercial area, close to residential area, and we have recommended denial on all bail bondsmen outside of certain areas that aren't located near the facilities they service.
I could answer that.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I don't know what compatibility means or how they define it, but directly across the street from me is a heavy-duty equipment training school. So you talk about compatibility and residential use. It's incongruous to me that they deny one and allow the other.
Anyone have any further comments?
Yeah,
Commissioner
when I read this agenda item, received the packet at home, it said the staff recommends approval. And so I read it with that in mind. And now when I go through it and I look at the, if the staff objections are to the impact on the surrounding activities are C1, C2s, and there's an R4, but they're mostly commercial in nature. And they seem to go for several blocks, with the exception of the R4s, which are apartments or something along those lines. And based on that, when I read the rest of the report, I see no particular items. I know nothing about the applicant for the license to conduct the bail bonds activities. We're dealing with the property owner here. So, please.
Commissioner Tobridge, the applicant indicated on his application, which is part of your backup, that he was both the property owner and the applicant for the business.
Well, that's probably why you got the idea that he was going to be the applicant. Huh?
That's what he indicated to us by the application.
And is that an application?
No, that's not what I mean, I had 3 conversations with planners at every indication, and all of their questions I responded as I'm indicating to you, simply as the property owner.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think typically what happens, you have the property owner come in, and also the business owner usually accompanies them.
No, nobody told me to bring them along.
So
they said it was okay with me to be here.
Well, let's talk about the merits of it, perhaps. The staff recommendation is for denial, I believe, because you don't believe, the staff doesn't believe that it's compatible with the area, and the applicant is suggesting otherwise. So, any members of the commission have any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Now, we've had bail bonds companies come before us before where we've denied it, and that's usually because there was a specific area that we didn't want them in, i.e. the 4th Street corridor coming in through that area, because that was kind of our gateway to the downtown. Now we're not really on any gateway here, and I'm not quite sure why we're saying this is incompatible with the area, because I'm unsure whether or not we have any written policies or ordinances that say that bail bondsmen have to be located in or around the Regional Justice Center. So I have a personal concern there that this is somewhat arbitrary and capricious in my opinion, because this is not really the type of, there's no written policy on this directing where these type of businesses can go. And as Commissioner Truesdale pointed out, you know, the vast majority of that area is C1, C2, with residential nearby, but not really adjoining these properties.
You consider a motion, please?
Well, I think
One other point, I see a letter dated March 22nd, 2011 from Brian Albeezer in which he says, blah, 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 fortunately, Mr. Jackson Hamilton, owner of Innocent Bail Bonds, has chosen to relocate his office to my center. That application was submitted, I don't know where that other form is, concurrently, or where's the other document?
March 22nd or something.
The 22nd? Yeah, this was March 17th is when that was signed, and then there's a letter I just read is March 22nd. And so apparently there's some confusion on behalf of the applicant. I'll go along with that. So that's just my observations. Please.
But through you, Mr. Chairman, I was inclined to approve it and put a one-year review on it. However, I would have liked to talk to the and see the owner of the bail bondsman and not just rely on the property owner.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would join with Mr. Goins, Commissioner Goins, and I would like to hear from the owner. And I would recommend holding this for 30 days to allow you to bring him back.
I can offer that motion as well.
Sir?
Well, I don't know. You know, this is how I see it. It's a permitted use, and I understand that it's held to a higher standard in as much as it's a special use permit. I've tried to jump through all the hurdles that's been put forward to me, in spite of their suggestion that I didn't indicate that it was the business owner should be here. So I came by myself, just assuming that, as I was told by the planners, it would just it'd just go through. Didn't seem to be any problems with it. I owned a bar at this specific suite that this person is going to be leasing from me for 17 years, and I'll tell you, it was a rough bar. And when I foreclosed on the property 6 years ago, I took the bar out. So I maintain the property. You can drive by and see it's well maintained, and I'm judicious about the clientele and the grounds and the maintenance. So.
But still, I appreciate that. But is it Mr. Jackson?
He's the business owner.
I'd like to see him right next to you up here, so I can make that assessment for myself. And I think this may be just one more hurdle you have to go to, but after you get that hurdle, the finish line's right there.
Well, you know, he's already got a business license, so I don't know what the problem is.
I have to see that.
Okay. Let me...
So are you okay with holding it?
I guess I'm going to have to be.
Mr. Chairman?
Just cost you another month's rent.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like a motion?
Yes, and I understand your frustration and apologize, and hope this isn't totally inconvenience you, but yes, I'll go along with the motion.
Mr. Rankin, is it 30 days? What's the fastest we can get? Is it 30?
30 days. We only have one planning commission per month, so the next
That would
one
be my
is 30
motion
days from today.
To hold item 37 for 30 days.
So who do you want me to bring, the business owner? Or can he come by himself?
We have a motion on the floor, but for clarification, I'm assuming it's the business licensor. The body wishes to have the person who's actually going to be running the business stand here if they have any questions of him, to be able to ask them. And somehow this got confused. The document I was looking at, it has your name, and then it has the property owner and it says the business owner, and it's circled same. So I think that's where the confusion came from. And when we listed this in the agenda, it lists you as both the owner and the applicant.
That's why I noted at the outset.
Yeah, somehow just a paperwork thing, and that's what they put on the notice. So my hope is that you have him accompany you, and if there's an ability to move this forward quickly, we will. So there's a motion on the floor to hold this for the next Planning Commission meeting. Please cast your vote. And that's been approved, and we'll see you next month.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to tell you also, the owner of the property as well as the owner of the business may want to come, just because if you have conditions that affect the exterior of the building that the business owner won't have control over, say landscaping, color, paint, whatever it may be, the owner would have to agree to that particular portion. So they both may want to come together.
Very good.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 39, special use permit 41292. The applicant is DROR Madani. The owner, YNB Investments LLC. It is for a restaurant with service bar with an existing 2,318 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 360-foot distance separation from a synagogue and a 0-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 2521 Fort Apache Road in Ward 2, and the staff recommendation is for denial. Can we have a brief report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located immediately adjacent to a child care facility to the south for more than 12 children. The applicant is requesting a waiver of the distance separation requirement of 400 feet from such facility to allow a service bar within an existing restaurant. Staff is recommending denial of this application because the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding land uses, as is evidenced by the requested waiver. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. Mr. Borgell?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, here for the applicant in this matter. Somewhat smaller matter than I was before you with a while back, but of some significance to this small businessman. First, the applicant would accept the staff's if approved conditions. The staff's recommendation of denial is based upon the separation issues, so let me address those directly. If we could focus on my map, it's easier for me to point think, well, it was the same. The restaurant is here. It is a small Mediterranean restaurant that finds itself hard-pressed to be profitable without the ability to serve some sort of liquor, wine, beer, whatever, and has made this application. The separation from the synagogue is to a synagogue here, in excess of 1,000 feet away. However, as you know, the code would require staff to calculate the separation from the corner of this property to the corner of this huge shopping center that the synagogue is in, hence the appearance of a separation problem to a synagogue, which is in fact so far away and across Sahara that they'll never know that the restaurant has started serving any kind of alcohol. It is, however, adjacent to a child care center. And the applicant, on my advice, the applicant went to the child care center and asked if they had any objection to this. They said they did not. They provided a letter indicating they didn't object to alcohol on the property, a copy of which I at least showed or perhaps gave to staff. So if there is no objection shown otherwise tonight, we would hope that you would approve the matter subject to the if approved conditions of staff.
Thank you very much. This is advertised a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Thank you. Does anyone have any idea what the hours of operation of the child care facility is? 8 to 5, day hours? No, not a guess. Then I would just assume that it's day hours. So based upon that, I would, if there's no other comments, I would make a motion in regards to item number 39 to approve special use permit 41292, subject to all staff conditions.
And I'm assuming the basis of that is that you don't find it in any way objectionable.
No.
Very good. We have a motion for approval, subject to all the standard conditions, if there are any. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved.
Thank you and good evening.
And this item will go before City Council on the June 15th agenda.
Thank you.
And we move on to agenda item number 40, yet another special use permit, 41298, the applicant Costner Finance LLC, the owner Rainbow Charleston Plaza LLC, for an auto title loan within an existing non-conforming 964 square foot financial institution specified, with waivers to allow 150-foot distance separation from another financial institution specified, where 1,000 feet is required and 964 square feet of floor area, where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required, at 1105 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 101, in Ward 1. The staff recommendations for denial. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff is recommending denial of this application because the site is not physically suited for the proposed auto title loan use, and it cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with existing surrounding land uses, as evidenced by the required waivers of distance separation from a similar use and minimum floor area. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you. Applicant?
Brad Larson, 4170 South Decatur Boulevard for Coster Finance. I'm not going to repeat myself because I know a lot of people behind me want to get out of here, but and have their chance to speak first. Again, I think it really we're trying to service our customers a little bit better here. This is a smaller location, kind of tucked back in. But there are a number of locations around us that currently do offer this. Our hope was obviously that we could offer this to our customers, even though those around us are currently offering this product. So again, we'd hope the floor space. Again, I don't think it again is the issue here. It's probably going to be the distance from the other competitors, because we're going to offer the loans, continue to operate there anyway. So.
Thank you very much. This was a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, Commissioners. Anyone? Comment, question, ready for a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate what the applicant said. This kind of falls in the same situation as the East Bonanza location, and for that reason, I'm going to, keep my commitment and move for denial.
I believe we have a motion. Motion's on the floor. You understand the motion? Please cast your vote. And that motion for denial has been approved.
And this item will go forward to City Council on the June 15th agenda.
Thank you. And moving right along, agenda item number 41, special use permit 41299, the applicant T-Mobile, owner Adamerica Inc., for proposed 80-foot high wireless communication facility, non-stealth design monopole at 2400 Highland Drive in Ward 3. The staff recommends approval. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing an 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, non-stealth design monopole that will accommodate up to 4 carriers on industrially zoned property occupied by an auto towing service. The installation will include an 8-foot tall block wall enclosure to screen the equipment and 2 4-foot metal gates for entry-exit. The proposal meets the minimum special use permit requirements for a wireless communication facility non-stealth design as listed in Title 19.04. And staff is recommending approval. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. The applicant?
Good evening, Damian Huggard, 8905 West Post Road, representing the applicant T-Mobile. It's been a very long night, and we have read staff's report and agree with all their conditions of approval, and so I'll just answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Advertise the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Anyone? Step forward, please. Just pull up to the microphone and state your case.
Hi, Diana Pontrelli, 1061 Neil Armstrong Circle, representing the property of 2112 Western, 2120 Western, 2124 Western, 2111 Highland, and 2100 Highland. Have some questions for him.
Why don't you ask them through me, if you would?
Okay.
Specifically what the questions are, and I'm assuming you have concerns about the...
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm looking for, my concern is, I have wireless satellite dish. I have communications, two-way radios inside my nightclub. I have internet, wireless internet systems. I have a surveillance system that's also wireless internet. If this is going to interfere with my systems, what are they going to do to correct it, and will they pay for it to be corrected?
May I ask the applicant, do you have any technical capability to answer that question?
I do. And the answer is T-Mobile, like all major telecommunications carriers, operate under licensed federal frequencies that are specifically designed and meant to not interfere. Any broadcast outside that may interfere with any sort of wireless network would be that they were exceeding their FCC license, which they're prohibited by federal law to do, and there are safeguards in place to make sure that that doesn't happen, and alarms that would be triggered, and they would immediately know what was going on. And technically, it's impossible. It's like, FM radio interfering with your television.
So he is saying that if there is a problem, then they will pay for it and fix my problem at my nightclub.
No, that's not exactly what I heard him say. Perhaps, and that's something outside the purview of what we get to decide, would you be agreeable to exchange phone numbers, take her phone number, and in the event there is some sort of a problem that you can communicate? But from what I hear you telling us is that the wireless technology of T-Mobile and your system will not interfere with her satellite systems and her alarm systems. I think that's the gist of what you said.
100% accurate. And any other wireless system, by the laws of physics, it's basically impossible.
Okay.
So.
And also, as much as I hate to admit it, the FCC is a bigger hammer than the Las Vegas Planning Commission.
I understand that, but I did try to communicate. I did try to call them, and the answer I did get from T-Mobile was, you just have to send emails. They don't talk to anybody personally.
Well, why don't you exchange information, and I'm assuming that you'll allow this gentleman into your nightclubs and you can discuss it.
T-Mobile has a gigantic network of RF engineers who can very specifically address your problem.
I'm just trying to affect some progress here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
for staff, when we got our backup on this, I was under the impression we normally get a photo simulation of what this will look like installed.
A photo simulation is required, however, there was not one in the file.
Okay.
And one actually was done and completed, and I would hope submitted with the application, because they wouldn't have taken it in without it, so I don't know why that wouldn't have made it through the process.
Well, obviously, we accepted the application without it. Do you happen to have a copy of it with you?
I do not.
I got to be honest with you. This is non-stealth. This is going to be highly visible from Interstate 15. There's not only the fine architecture of this property owner's club and the office building. I think there's an oil company office right across the street from this. And I'm curious how this will impact visually the billboards that already exist through that corridor. That, are we going to have this, and then somebody asks for have something raised higher than the 80 feet. So I was going to rely on the photo simulation to make some comments on this. I'd like to hold this until we can get that, because without it, we'd be guessing what we're going to be approving or not approving.
And quite possibly, I might be able to address those concerns if given the opportunity here for a moment. I do have some.
Are you addressing the questions that were asked by the commissioner?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Specifically.
Through me, please.
Okay. So if we can focus on the overhead, I do have an elevation drawing of what the tower will look like. Specifically in this area, because it is an industrial area, we found that this used to be most compatible than trying to shoehorn something in like a monopalm or something of that nature, which never really looked that great. Specifically, it is set back off the highway quite a ways away from the billboards. It's almost all the way up to the frontage on Highland. It's almost 250 feet off the highway. Being quite a ways away, the billboards being all the way up on the highway frontage, that's the visible portion that they will be concerned about, and the tower will be behind them. If anything, physically the billboards would end up interfering with the telecommunications tower, but specifically it's sited to make sure that doesn't happen and the billboards don't block that signal. So the separations exist, and we do meet every separation in the code for those particular
I'm not
uses.
saying you don't. I'm just saying our code is designed to provide a visual representation of what this will look like so we can make an intelligent decision. I mean, these are the ultimate and ugly poles here. And if I come over the Sahara overpass and I look to the north because I'm going to be getting on the freeway, what am I looking at?
Right.
Today, I know what I'm looking at. You're wanting to put this in here under a special use permit. I think it's appropriate to submit the application so we can have an idea what we're looking at. And the line drawing here doesn't do anything. It's not even, it's two-dimensional.
Right.
Whereas the photo simulation is supposed to give us a better idea where competing poles are, what a visually would look like, and that's all I'm asking.
Right, absolutely, and I apologize again. I mean, the application wouldn't have been taken in without it, so I don't know why I didn't make it in your packet. If indeed you choose to hold it, we can do that, and then I can actually provide you via email a copy of the photo simulation. I do have that soft copy at the office, so.
That would be fine.
Okay, so once again, you're suggesting that you need the elevations in order to properly assess the item and make a reasoned decision, right?
Yes.
And you want to hold it?
Yes.
Okay, and you're in agreement, sorry, excuse me.
Whoa.
You're in agreement with that, and before we do anything, ma'am, we've closed the public hearing, but
I just want to ask one question. What's a
I'm
non-stealth?
going to allow it, but tell me what it is.
What's a non-stealth?
Not skinny.
Okay.
silly-looking palm tree on it.
You are stealth.
The stealth is just the pole, the single pole.
Right.
And the non-stealth is the one with the arrays like he's proposing.
Okay, I just didn't know what that
Okay.
meant.
And once again, the questions you have, I really encourage you before the next meeting, chat with each other, and maybe you can meet for coffee or whatever. Thank you. So I believe we have a motion to hold this until the next
30
meeting.
days, so we can get the photo simulation.
Motion to hold this.
Is the
Please cast your vote.
Is the applicant in agreement with that, Mr. Chair?
He indicated that he did, yes. Cast your vote, please. Thank you.
See you
And
next
that
month. Thank you.
passes, and we'll see you next month with pictures. Agenda item number 42, the applicant is Covenant of Love, UUC Corporation, the owner Lonnie Watson, for a proposed 1,100 square foot social service provider at 1100 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, Suite C in Ward 5. The staff recommendation is for approval, and if we can have a brief staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed social service provider use complies with all Title 19.04 requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with existing surrounding development and land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. Anything further? The applicant, will you state your case, please? You've read the reports and you agree with the conditions for approval?
Yes, my name is Charlene Bynum from Covenant of Love, UUL Corporation. The address is 1100 North Martin Luther King Drive, Suite number C, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. And I agree with the conditions. I read and I saw that you want the parking lot to be repaved within 90 days.
If that's what the staff report says, can you
Actually,
clarify that, please?
to clarify, that's to restripe the parking lot.
Restripe it.
Restripe it.
Just restripe it.
Okay.
And you agree with all the conditions?
I agree.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Since Martin Luther King has been redone there, what does the landscaping look like in the front of this? Is there, okay, thank you very much.
As a question asked, and I'll ask the staff, can you want to comment?
It's upgraded.
Okay.
It's immaculate.
Thank you. Can you see that, Mr. Farlow? Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing. Comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of item 42, SUP 41306, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 42, subject to all conditions. You understand the motion. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Ms. Bynum, you not any relation to that character on the Lakers team, are you? Because you may have to bring him up for some counseling.
No, I'm
My mom
not.
say I was. I'm a husband. I'm Biden. Yes.
Just kidding. Good luck.
Thank you.
Opposed? That motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And Mr.
Have a
Chairman,
good-
that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item number 45, Site Development Review 41038. The applicant and the owner is Aristotle Holding LP for proposed 38,001 square foot expansion of an existing 31,679 square foot non-conforming sexually oriented business with a proposed 8,770 square foot roof deck, parking lot modifications, and waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan and architectural design standards at 1531 Las Vegas Boulevard South in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request is to demolish an existing nonconforming sexually oriented business in order to construct a larger facility for the same use on the same site pursuant to the provisions of City Ordinance Number 6123. The larger facility will be approximately 69,680 square feet and 4 stories or 60 feet in height. There is an open pool deck on the 4th floor oriented toward Las Vegas Boulevard with an enclosed spa area between the pool and the residential development to the east, which is the John S. Park neighborhood. The facility also contains a nonconforming liquor establishment tavern use that will be expanded under the provisions of Title 19.16 within portions of the proposed building. Waivers of the Downtown Centennial Plan architectural design standards are necessary for approval of this request. Staff does not support 2 of the requested waivers regarding roof treatment and the provision of awnings and canopies at the ground level. In addition, although the proposed redevelopment conforms to the provisions of Ordinance 6123 and the height restrictions of the John S. Park Neighborhood Plan, there is concern that the open roof deck will create a noise nuisance for the adjacent residential neighborhood and that mechanical equipment located on balconies on the east facade will increase this nuisance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Thank you. The applicant, Mr. Brown, on behalf of the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, I'm going to have to abstain on this matter because I've done legal work for one of the principals or the main principal, and out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown or
Jay
Ms.
Brown,
Curry?
520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is both Laura Drea and the applicant's architect, Costas. We've had several meetings with Bob Bellis, the president of the neighboring homeowner association, John S. Park, and Mr. Bellis, on behalf of the association, expressed his concern about height. We originally were going to have an application of 72 feet, and he expressed to us the concern, and to be consistent with other things in the past, he wanted 60 feet. No small cost, as the architect had explained, to scrunch it a little bit and what it cost us more to do the mechanicals and other things, but we did it. We're down to 60 feet, and Mr. Bellis had no problem with our waiver requests. He did bring up the question of music and the noise emanating therefrom from the patio. The applicant assured him, and I want to go on record tonight as saying that if any music on that patio can be heard by a neighboring residential property, the sound will go off and will no longer be a part of this project. Mr. Bellis seemed to be satisfied with this assurance, and I can see by not too many people here this evening that I think that the neighbors are fine based on Mr. Bellis's representations and my representation back to him with regard to the noise. I'll turn the microphone over to Laura, and she can discuss the 2 waiver requests.
Hi. As Mr. Gebecki summarized, the expansion of these existing uses on the parcel are allowable by code. So the purpose of this application is to consider the design that's before you. This design is actually a fusion of different needs by different plans within the city. It incorporates the John S. Park Neighborhood Association's wishes, the Downtown Centennial Plan, the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District, and also consideration for the specific adult nature of this use. First, the needs of the neighboring residential, specifically the housing within the John S. Park neighborhood, are considered in this design. I believe
from what I just heard Mr. Gebecki read into the record, this waiver of the 4 elevations being consistent is not the one that, or the 2 that they object to. This was done just to ensure privacy of the neighboring area versus having windows overlooking the houses. Second, the adult nature of this use is considered in the design, and as such, the canopies and awnings and arcades they're incorporated into the design as much as possible on 3 of the 4 elevations, but they're intentionally not used from the Las Vegas Boulevard frontage because we fear that street side congregation in front of adult use is not appropriate. And then likewise, the architectural embellishments would direct unsuspecting passerbys into the adult use, which is also not appropriate. To avoid this, the waiver of awnings, arcades, and canopies along one of the 4 elevations, specifically Las Vegas Boulevard, is requested. And our third waiver that we're requesting is the design standards for roof lines and cornerstones. As you can see, the design has a rooftop recreation area that incorporates a swimming pool and trees. And in lieu of the decorative roof line, this design directs attention to the roof line by the use of the trees with guardrails and beams. And while this technique doesn't directly conform to the Centennial Plan, we feel it's equally attractive and will function well with the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Corridor. So these waivers that we're requesting, again, aren't for our budgetary reasons, but we believe they best accommodate the unique characteristics and wishes of the 4 plans.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward. If you'll step back there. Thank you. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. We had about a 1/2 second flash of the elevation. If they could zoom in on that, actually it looks pretty nice. But the one thing on that noise deal, I would want to see a review on that, whether it's 1 year, 6 months or something. But I mean, if the people are going to complain, that thing has to be shut down quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Brown, Mr. A., you want to respond at all? No?
I'll answer any questions
Okay.
that you have.
Why don't I open it up for members of the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a couple things. Their signage does have to conform with the scenic byway or the DDRC, right? They have to.
That is correct, yes. It must conform with the Las Vegas Scenic.
So that'll come in under a separate application if there's changes?
That's correct.
That's correct. Anything that doesn't comply would require variance.
And, you know, I actually agree with the colonnade comments because I do believe having a shaded patio in front of this particular type of establishment doesn't create the benefit that we want as far as strolling and sitting and having a Coke and, you know, taking your kids for a walk. I just don't think that's going to get us where we want to be. And I did mention this to Mr. Brown previously, is a big concern is the noise of the neighborhood, and you know they're willing to address that. And if it's something that we need to have an administrative review or something, or you know in case there is an issue with the Jonas Park people, I think that's it deals with the quality of that historic neighborhood.
We're fine with that.
Yeah. Now, one thing I didn't ask, is there going to be like a high dive pool, diving board on this pool where people can, I mean, I know you have a property owner, a similar business down the street, or you don't, but somebody does, that would put a horse in the middle of the pool if they could get away with it.
The pool is 4 feet deep.
Okay.
Is there a low board?
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Moody?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can I ask, a roof deck seems incompatible with a sexually oriented business. What precautions are you taking? What are the rules? What goes on up there? What doesn't?
I'll let the architect address the protection. The rules are, first of all, business license will be there all the time, and we abide by the rules. And Olympic Garden has been a part of this community for a long time. And what's frankly happened is, in the county, I don't know if big is better, but you see the new Sapphire, the Hustler Club, a lot of big clubs, and to be kind, Olympic Garden has seen better days. So we're just trying to be one step ahead of the curve, but be assured that we're going to play by the rules as we have.
Well, and that's what I'm asking you. What are those rules as you understand them? I mean, can someone up on the stratosphere look down with binoculars and see what's going on the roof of Olympic Gardens?
First of all, if they did, there would be nothing that we'd be concerned about because, again, we're going to be playing by the rules. We want to let me have the architect speak to that, as to what the view might be. Okay?
Okay.
I'll give you a name and address.
Kastidis Shekhavicius, Design Cell Architects.
Can't hear you. You have to speak up.
Kastidis Shekhavicius, Design Cell Architects, 10777 West Twain Avenue. The owner requested it to design a pool deck primarily for operations during the daytime. The pool deck will be used for adjacent spa area so the users of the spa could sunbathe and bathe in the pool. The evening activities would be that essentially it's not directly the operation of the adult uses down below, but most likely that it's going to be the rented space for groups of people who would rent that space for the activities or for parties.
If I may, if I'm not mistaken, is the question, are there adult uses allowed in the pool, and will that be visible from the stratosphere or anywhere above? Is that the?
That's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
From what I understood from the owner, that's not. There is no stage. There is no.
My understanding of the application is that the uses in the rest of the building are not what would occur on the roof.
Correct.
It's an ancillary use, as Laura has told me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the question. And
Is there a condition that protects against that?
I think that a condition would probably address the concerns that some of us had. One condition would be noise level, so maybe a prohibition against amplified music beyond a certain level, or just noise level in general. The other would be no, say what it is.
Bump and grind.
No dancers outside. No, there's no platform, no staging area, so there's none of that. to go
Definitely no
on.
platform and no staging area.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
As far as the
understood.
music is concerned, there are bachelorette parties,
Yeah.
and we just want to make sure, we don't mind a condition of review, as Commissioner Truesdale said, something to monitor it. And frankly, I've made a commitment here on the record, and basically, if the residents hear the noise, that's it. We're not going to tolerate that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want it in my
because you've
neighborhood if
got
I
a-
heard noise, but if we can do it without noise, a lot of those homes on, right behind the Olympic Garden are owned by Pete Eliadis, so some of the neighbors are a little bit further back. And before we open, Chairman Evans attended some of these meetings. I've made a promise that even before we open up, we're going to make sure and test the sound system. And if, in fact, a resident can hear the sound, there'll be no sound system.
Okay,
But if we
but
can
I-
do it without that happening, I don't want to just agree tonight there'll be no sound system.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay. Well, let's just leave it at. We could add a condition that there'd be a one-year review, and the issues of review would be the noise and any activities. And I guess the activities we would be tipped off by Metro complaints. Is that the way you monitor that type
And
of
business
thing?
licensing.
And business licensing.
That's right.
So the absence of noise complaints and the absence of complaints from Metro and business license would tend to give you a clean bill of health after a year.
We're spending a lot of money up there, and to jeopardize that and have
Right.
something happen and then not be able to use that facility would be.
let me, if I can, please, just from my perspective, I took the opportunity to meet with Mr. Brown and Mr. Bellis, the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, in the early stages of the design, and the architect presented the original proposal, I believe it was 72 or 78 feet,
Actually,
which is
80
what's
80 feet
allowable by
taller.
code.
Yes, the first one was 80 feet, I stand correct.
Okay. And what was it?
It was 80 feet
80
tall.
feet. Mr. Bellis, who helped create the John S. Park neighborhood plan, whereby they brought together the business owners and the residential property owners throughout the John S. Park neighborhood and along Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard. And in a series of multiple meetings over a period of a couple of years, they created the John S. Park neighborhood plan, which was adopted by the Planning Commission, voted on by us, and approved by the City Council. It's basically an advisory document, but one that very strongly suggests that all the stakeholders had a say in it. In that plan, it requires or it limits the height of buildings along Las Vegas Boulevard to 60 feet. This project was at 80 feet. Mr. Bellis said, ain't going to happen with our support, and we will protest it. Not that it's the most egregious design in the world, but we don't want to set a precedent for future applications coming forward that would exceed the 60-foot height requirement, looking down into our homes and what they feel would be inappropriate. The architect, who seems to be committed to that design, wanted to retain that, and Mr. Brown said, no way. If the John S. Park neighborhood won't or does not want the 60 feet, we're going to honor that. So they went back to the drawing board and basically had to squish the project. And I think that's where some of the architectural aspects come in, whereby they reduced the height of the building and made some modifications, none of which I really have an issue with. Obviously, you can't have mechanical screening on the roof, or your mechanical equipment and HVAC and all that up there, and have it screened because it would exceed the 60-foot height requirement. So the architect went back and drew up this design, which is at 60 feet and meets the intention of the John S. Park neighborhood plan. Then comes the issue of the pool deck. And as I said, from what I understand it to be, it's a place where a high roller will go. There's a spa up there. And the way it's designed is the pool is on the western portion of the building overlooking Las Vegas Boulevard with this little retaining aspect. The eastern portion is basically a spa, so it provides, it's like a building that provides a level of protection to what would be the neighborhood. My only concern was the Rexford, which is to the south of the site. And Mr. Bellis said, the noise could be an issue. Mr. Brown comes back and says, we promise that if there is an issue, this won't occur. And I don't know how we make that happen, but on the record has made the commitment that if the noise is heard from neighbors and it's egregious, the noise aspect or the sound aspect will go away. You won't do that.
Mr. Chair,
Is that a fair?
You should represent my client.
Is that a fair characterization?
That's word for word.
Now, how do we get the protection? I mean, you've made that on the record. Now, I don't know, at the certificate of occupancy, do you bring out the neighborhood representatives?
Here comes Mr. Scott to the rescue. Two things. First of all, we have a year review, but it's not going to take that. One, I've again gone on the record as saying before we even open to the public, we're going to test the sound system. If the decibel level cannot be low enough that it cannot be heard from residents, we're going to open with the sound system. If, in fact, staff, Mr. Bellis, tests it and he feels and he tells us honestly that, hey, I can hear it, there will be no sound system.
And that's your commitment.
That's my commitment.
And Chairman, they're also subject to the noise ordinance also. Right. So there's a certain number of hours or a certain time frame that they'd have to comply with. I think it's 10 o'clock or so that they'd have to comply with.
through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Scott, because I was going to say, let's say you go out and test it. Isn't there an acceptable reading of decibel levels?
We don't go by decibel levels. It's normally just by, they just think about nuisance and the time of day and the time of night. There's no way you can measure decibels.
Right. Because on any given night downtown, you can hear people from the stratosphere that are up there on the rides. You can hear them screaming. You can hear them yelling, hey, the same thing I say when I sit in my backyard. I can hear the speaker from the high school football game. So I don't know if Mr. Bellis hears that noise, that's enough cause for you to shut it down, not unless there's an acceptable decimal level. So,
I appreciate that, but my promise to him, if we want to change that rule, we're going to come back here and ask for a change. My promise to him was that by noise, I'm talking about music. Like you say, sometimes you might hear some people. I can't help all that. But if the music is such that a resident can hear it from their home, my promise to him was that we'll close it down. If we want to change that condition, I got to come back here as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge?
I have simply one more question. On the rooftop here, you show over 6,000 square foot of spa area. What is included in the spa area? Is that weights and exercise equipment, or?
No, the intention of the client is to have a health spa, and it hasn't been potentially. There is a beauty salon just on the floor below, which is actually is going to serve some of these employees as part of the clients of the beauty salon and the spa as well. So the reason it's not developed, it just takes a considerable amount of time. He wants a really nice health spa to be developed, and it was not. Simply didn't have time exactly to investigate exactly to the level or of the design that.
Let me embellish on that if I can. This is a very competitive business, and because of what I'll call the entertainers, someone would call them dancers. They have a choice for going to a lot of places. They're independent contractors. And by being able to have a pool where during the day they can lie out and have a tan, where they can go out and have a beautician or cosmetologist take care of them at the cost of the club, it's enticing for them to want to go and dance and be at that particular club. So, they have like mothers who take care of the girls and all that kind of thing, and like all the clubs do. All right, but if you can offer a few other amenities, it helps to have someone want to work at your place.
Fine. The spa is a
business that you and I can't relate to.
Ready for a motion?
I just want to put on the record that I met with Mr. Brown and Laura today at the facility, in the facility, and what I think most importantly, forgetting about what goes on inside of it, is that this isn't on Western, this isn't on Highland, this isn't behind someplace. This is a focal point on Las Vegas Boulevard, and I think what you're doing is elevating the beauty of the building, and you're going to make it look less trashy and more like like a nice place. And so I'm going to be in favor of this, and thank you for inviting me in there today, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we have no further comments, questions, or discussion, I'm ready to make a motion on item number 45, Site Development Review 41038. Make a recommendation for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Yeah,
we have a recommendation for approval, and I just want to reiterate, Mr. Brown, before the certificate of occupancy, you made a commitment to meet with the neighborhood leaders and test the sound and ensure that there isn't an issue.
I definitely did do that, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote.
Thank you very much.
That has been approved, with Commissioner Flangus abstaining. And we move right along to agenda item number 46, Site Development Review 41257, the applicant and the owner, Ike Gaming, Inc., for the addition of landscaping with alley modifications and a corresponding request to encroach into the adjacent public alley at 201 North 7th Street and 608 Stewart Avenue in Ward 5. Staff, can we get a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is a request to enhance the area around an entrance to a hotel with the addition of 3 landscape planters and a new screening wall for existing mechanical equipment. Other enhancements proposed with this project are all located within the public alley right-of-way and will require approval of an encroachment agreement. These include the addition of colored stamped concrete and pavers and a decorative automatic sheet metal gate that will open to allow access to all vehicles and pedestrians. This project would improve the aesthetics around the hotel entrance located on the north side of Ogden Avenue. However, staff recommends denial of the project due to concerns that a gate across a public right-of-way will give the impression that the area behind the gate is private property and not open to the public. This may result in vehicles entering the alley, stopping, and then backing into Ogden Avenue, or may reduce access to other businesses served by this alley. Please note that there are additional letters of support for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. The applicant?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Leslie, 2416 Rancho Bel Air Drive, attorney for the applicant. With me is Mr. Woody and Mr. Nolan to speak to this. I guess the first question is kind of, well, thank you for staying around. I guess that's your duty, but for those of us in the audience, it seemed like a long time, and I'm not sure that all of our blood sugars are what they should be, but we'll press ahead and hopefully we'll get everybody out of here in time. Why we're here is that this is sort of a process that the El Cortez is involved in, and if we can call this up, please. I'll try to orient it here. The El Cortez would be located right at this spot. The Cabana Suites is across Ogden, and then the valet parking for the El Cortez is along the alley, and this is the alley that's subject to the improvement. The El Cortez spent around $8 million improving the Cabana Suites, which those of you who've been around remember them as the Ogden house. And so there's sort of a three-phase step to this. The first phase is to redo the hotel and make it pretty so that it's attractive. The second phase is to do something with this adjoining alleyway. And then the third phase is to make this into a pool and patio area. We're just here today for the improvement of the alleyway. The purpose for the improvement is, frankly, it just isn't very attractive. You look down the alleyway, there's dumpsters, there's potholes, there's standing water. It's not attractive. And when we think about it, there's concern for public access, and certainly that's true. The gate itself will be set on automatic magnetic timers so that if someone comes with a car, the gate will automatically open. And when you take a look at this area, one has to consider that this really is the alley to nowhere, because this alley where the El Cortez is built was abandoned years ago. This alley, which is across Stewart Street, is the alleyway which was just recently abandoned by the council when the council acquired all these properties here except for the power plant that the El Cortez happens to own. So we think that needs to be included in the consideration. I do have a picture that sort of shows the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here. You can see the Cabana Suites right here, and our artist's rendition is to make this pretty and make it integrated. Since we've opened, we've had to post a security guard because, frankly, the guests are concerned at just the attractiveness of the area. It's not very pretty. It is a nasty alley, candidly. And so if we're going to try to attract people to come to something young and hip like this and to come to the entertainment district, we have to make it attractive to them. In the same hand, being sure that it doesn't interrupt the needs for emergency vehicles or public thoroughfare. And we think we've accomplished that. This is an overhead of the area. This is the El Cortez, and as you can see, there's a little kind of courtyard here at the El Cortez, and we'd like to sort of integrate the two of them is the goal, to make it an integrated project. If you take a look at the fence, when we went and met with staff, someone from the fire department was there, and they were concerned with our original design, which had sort of a scissors folding gate. They were concerned that there wasn't going to be enough alleyway to get through. The alleyway is only 19 feet itself, so we don't have the 20 feet that they want, but we redesigned the project so that the gate would roll back into our parking lot, which consumes 2 parking spaces, but we want to be cooperative and get along with people and make it work. So that's fine with us. Speaking to the letters of support, if I can for a moment, on Monday I sent over to staff 3 letters of support which I think addresses the issue of the adjoining neighbors and what their concern was. And that was an issue to the staff originally, the thought being that if we had all the neighbors agree to this, that that wouldn't be a problem with the staff, and we understood that they would recommend this. And so on Monday, we were able to accomplish that and delivered it to the staff. The adjacent landowners would be the Neighborhood Housing Services, and we have a letter from them which was signed by the Personnel and Executive Director, and Mr. Woody witnessed his signature and was present when that took place. Then we had and got in touch with the people in Monterey Park, which is the S&J Group and JASAA. And you'll note that the three parcels are identified, and the two entities, although they're separate legal entities, share the same office space and are owned by the same people. And we did get a signature from the manager owner of those properties. And then the third letter that we received from the final adjacent landowner is the J. Henry Properties, and that's a doctor down in Little Rock, Arkansas, and he also signed it.
And those have been submitted to the clerk, is that correct? If you can, if not, if you make sure that they are.
Absolutely.
For the record, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as to the staff's conditions, we certainly would accept those conditions that were presented. So,
thank you very much.
Unless there's any questions, or I would entertain questions at this point.
Well, that may be in just a moment. Let me open it up for public hearing. This is advertised as a public hearing. Mr. Farlow?
Yes, thank you, Todd Farlow. I would like to say that the El Cortez has really gone out of their way to make that place nice. I've been in there several times the last couple of months, and I'm telling you, I mean, they've really cleaned that place up. And what they did with that, the old Ogden house, really nice. And so I'm all for this. And mainly because they proved that they would do what they said they would do. And to me, that means a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
Anyone else? Close the public hearing. Comments and questions from the board or motion?
Mr. Chair, quick question. Curious why you're asking to encroach rather than just ask the city to vacate this property. You're going to fence it anyway.
No, it's a fair question. The vacation would have required the consent of all of the adjacent landowners for the vacation as opposed to just a partial vacation. We thought about a partial vacation, but to do so you had to have a turnaround in the alley so that the fire department could get in and out, and that would have consumed the large majority of the parking space. As to the adjacent landowners, when you get into a vacation, then you get into additional taxes. We had to have a joint access agreement, and so we got into issues of insurance and control, and they weren't comfortable with that, but they were comfortable with this encroachment.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to say briefly that I agree with Mr. Farlow. I think when you have a company in this economy that puts so much money into a place to want to fit in with the rest of it, the redevelopment, I think we kind of owe them that little space just to say thank you for putting their trust in us to make it right, and it's fabulous. My hat's off to them. So you'll see my support tonight for sure.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
Motion?
I'm ready for a motion, but at the risk of being redundant, I too would indicate that what you've done with, and it's I believe the property owner for the Emergency Arts and the Beat. I know Alexandra and the Cabana Suites, Alexandra Epstein, the Cabana Suites is remarkable, and putting in all new carpeting and upgrading the El Cortez. I mentioned this a few weeks ago about a friend of mine from New York who had been away from Las Vegas for 7 years and was here for a period of time and made the sarcastic remark about, well, where are we going to go, the El Cortez? And I said, absolutely. And he goes, why there? And I said, this is the hippest place downtown. And what you've done is remarkable. And I concur with Commissioner Quinn and Mr. Farlow, and I think the rest of the board when I say you really raised the bar down there. And I'm so excited about the East Fremont district that you've been so instrumental in, and with the addition of Zappos and the rest of what we're happening, and I couldn't be more pleased with both your project and the rest of what's going on. So we'll certainly see my support.
Mr.
Ready for a
Chairman?
motion?
Item 46 SDR 41257, move for approval subject to all staff's conditions and recommendation.
Motion is for approval. Please cast your vote. And that too is approved.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I'd recommend you try the steakhouse too, the Phlegm. The food really is quite good.
So I hear. So I hear. Thank you.
Mr. Fagg?
And I guess that was an
Yes.
invitation for the
Yeah,
entire
we can't make
board,
that
is
final
correct?
action, Chairman.
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Yes, this is married to an encroachment agreement, and the request is to have them both go simultaneously to City Council, and as such, this does need to go forward to City Council for the 6/15 City Council meeting.
I stand corrected.
So this does go forward.
There's an associated
Okay,
encroachment.
very good. Thank you very much.
And Brian and I have talked about the encroachment agreement. I'm confident we can give you all what you want. We've prepared one. I'm sure it'll satisfy them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to the portion of the agenda for citizens' participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of any discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of any time any speaker is allowed, may be limited. So with that in mind, Mr. Farlow?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I got three things, so I'll move quick. On that Olympic Garden thing about the noise, most of the time it's not the melody of the noise that gets you. It's that terrible bass. Because if you live in a post and beam house, it can actually rock the house on some of those ground shaking things. The second thing is on that on the first thing that came up, that what is it, New Rivers of Life Church? River of Life. When I was looking that over, could I go to the overhead? This is just a scratchy thing. But there's a rebel station there at Lake Mead and Torrey Pines. And they've got a great sign there. And at the base of the sign, there's a two-tier flower fountain that really looks nice. And I would encourage anybody that goes around there to take a look at that and see what can be done with these signs. Because, like I said, it doesn't waste any water because they've got these flowers that drape over, and it's a fountain. They call it a flower fountain. Really looks nice. The third and final thing is, this is taken out of Mother Jones, the last issue. I'll pass these around. I think I'm one short. I'll give the clerk my last one here. And I guess the Tea Partiers are calling people like me no-growth communists. It says we don't need none of that no-growth communism. That's what they're saying. And I would like to say that I am not a smart growth communist, that I'm a smart growth progressive. And I hope that the rest of you would be that too. And I've outlined. You can read it. Thank you very much, and I hope that if you're going by, again, that's a rebel station on Lake Mead and Torrey Pines, and it's a flower fountain, and it really looks nice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farlow. And there's no one else from the public to speak, so I'll close the citizens' participation portion of this evening, and the meeting is adjourned.